Hello, this is DrPaulCottrell, and I am doing a live stream on YouTube, and I'm setting up the live stream for Rumble. I also will be live streaming on my website, so please, watch those live streams. In addition, I will be setting up X Spaces soon, so you can do a call-in. We're gonna go over the markets and the news and the normal coverage of what's going on. But before I begin, please subscribe to all my channels. I have 4 channels on YouTube. I have Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. Please make sure you subscribe to all those channels. And also follow me on X and on GETTR. I have two channels on X, and on one of those channels I will be setting up the X Spaces call-in for this live stream. The market will be opening up in about 30 minutes or so, a little bit more than 30 minutes, and so we'll see the first market open post inauguration for the second term for Trump. See how that turns out. So let me play Bloomberg a little bit, what's going on in the news with Bloomberg. Also, there was a Davos meeting that's going on. Maybe we'll drop in and see if they're doing any interviews there to cover some of that. So while I turn on this video, I'll be setting up the live stream on Rumble that has the telemetry, the dashboard of the market. So let's begin.
Have the mutual funds there, but again, $1 trillion going into ETFs, $0.5 trillion coming out of mutual funds. That's all you need to know, I think.
Yeah, I mean, the 401k is a good point because that's kind of the one space that the mutual fund assets still seem relatively sticky because the tech is not really there to put ETFs into 401ks. We did have State Street on Bloomberg TV a couple months ago telling Katie Greifeld that they're exploring how to fit ETFs into 401ks, but so far that space, the retirement space, the tax advantaged funds,
Right.
you don't really need the tax efficiency of an ETF.
I got a minute left. I mean, in the frigid cold here, February 11, the Duke Blue Devils wander by Charlottesville to play the Cavs of Virginia.
Could be ugly.
It could be ugly. I mean,
Yeah.
this is where
I'm not putting money on this.
No, Duke lets their guard down because Virginia's
Well, here's
not making it, not having it.
Well, here's what's going on in my Duke chat with all my Duke friends is what has happened to the ACC. Duke is the only ACC team in the top 25. It used to be we have 5 or 6 teams, and we think, Tom, that is some of these ACC schools have been very slow to play the NIL game, name, image, and likeness, have been very slow to play the portal game. And so all these kids are going to the SEC and the Big 12, and people like Virginia, North
When
Carolina.
Emily was there, she had nil.
Oh,
I mean,
Yeah.
she didn't even have to show up to work.
She was on the dancing team.
But what's nil, like where people make money?
Yeah,
Yeah.
real money. Name,
Image, likeness.
so-
So an athlete makes an Instagram post.
Like,
and
how
then
much do they make?
millions.
Really?
I don't know.
Yes, Cooper Flag.
Okay,
Millions.
but somebody, a regular slug at UVA, they're making 40, 50, 100,000.
I don't know. When I was a student, we didn't have NIL, so I'm not exactly
Okay.
sure. So
Emily
I missed
Grafeo,
that.
NIL
UVA
free day.
report.
Thank you for the ETF report and the NIL report as well. In honor of the president, Brooks and Dunn.
All right, I'm going to go to the World Economic Forum here.
The world is eager to hear from you on what lies ahead for Ukraine in the coming year. Welcome back to Davos, Mr. President. Thanks so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk about the future of Europe with you, which basically means the future of most people here. Right now, all eyes are on Washington. But who's actually watching Europe at the moment? That's the key question for Europe, and it's not just about ideas, it's about people, first of all, about how they will live in a world that's constantly changing. 20 hours ago, President Trump's inauguration took place in Washington, and now everyone is waiting to see what he will do next. His first executive orders have already shown clear priorities. Most of the world's now thinking, so what's gonna happen to their relationship with America? What will happen to alliances, to support, to...
You know the problem with Zelensky and just, the Euro whiners? They're always on the take. They're always wanting to something from the United States. It's like the United States is just a smorgasbord for the European Union or for the countries in that region. And, we're going to change, if Donald Trump changes policy, we're worried and blah, blah, blah. The thing is that the American taxpayer is tired of funding your ass. Not just in Ukraine, but just in general with Europe. The American taxpayer has been getting the shit end of the stick for decades, and it's going to end. And now the Euro whiners at the World Economic Forum are whining that they're not going to get their payola from the American taxpayer because we finally have a president in the White House that actually sees and how for decades the European Union has been screwing the taxpayer from the United States. Finally we have a president that actually tells the Euro whiners, get a job.
Is Europe. And that was under the previous administration. And will President Trump even notice Europe? Does he see NATO as necessary? And will he respect EU institutions? Ladies and gentlemen, Europe can't afford to be second or third in line for its allies. If that happens, the world will start moving forward without Europe. And that's a wall that will not be comfortable or beneficial for all Europeans. Europe needs to compete for the top spot in priorities, alliances, and technological development. And we are at yet another turning point, which some see as a problem for Europe, but others call a chance. Europe must establish itself as a strong global player, as an indispensable player. Let's not forget, there is no ocean separating European countries from Russia. And the European leaders should remember these battles involving North Korean soldiers are now happening in places geographically closer to Davos than to Pyongyang. Russia is turning into a version of North Korea, a country where human life means nothing. But they have nuclear weapons and a burning desire to make their neighbors' lives miserable. Even though Russia's overall economic potential is way smaller than Europe's, it produces several times more armor and military equipment than all of Europe combined. And that's exactly the path of wars Moscow chooses to take. Putin signed the new strategic deal with Iran. He already had a comprehensive treaty with North Korea. Whom do they make such deals against? Against you, against us, against Europe, against America. We must not forget about it. It's not by chance. These are their strategic priorities, and our priorities must match the challenge in politics and in defense And in economy, such threats can only be counted and only counted together. Even when it comes to army size, Russia can field about 1.3, maybe 1.5 million troops. We've got more than 800,000 in our military. Second after us comes France with over 200,000. Then Germany, Italy, and UK. Everyone else has less. This isn't a situation where one country can secure itself alone. It's about all of us standing together to mean something. For now, thankfully, the influence of Iran's regime is weakening. This gives hope for Syria and Lebanon, and they should too become examples of how life can recover after war. And Ukraine is already stepping in to support the new Syria. Our ministers have been to Damascus, and we've launched a food aid program for Syria called Food from Ukraine. And we are getting our partners involved to invest in these delivers and in building food production facilities. And Europe could totally step in as a security donor for Syria. Time to stop getting headaches from that direction. And Europe, together with America, should put pay to the Iranian threat. Next, right now, it's not clear whether Europe will even have a...
All right, so I set up the live stream on Rumble so you can see the telemetry of the market when it opens up. So that has the dashboard. I also put the live stream on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and obviously you can see the live stream on YouTube. I'm gonna go back to Bloomberg because I'm tired of this fucking Euro whiner.
Republicans run the White House, the Senate, and the House. And so we thought that sort of did a good job of capturing the idea of a better animal spirit environment, better vibes, and a more kind of business-friendly climate.
So how do we think about it for 2025? One of the areas that I feel that there might be a risk to the market is maybe even more dependent than usual on earnings. Earnings really need to come through because I don't think the Fed's going to do a whole lot for us in 2025. What's your concern or confidence in the earnings outlook?
Well, so look, I've been lucky. The rate strategist that I work with has been calling for an early end to the cutting cycle for about 6 months now. And so he did finally just pull out the January cut, but the January cut was the only one he had in this year for quite some time. So what that translated to for us is in our valuation model. So this is another one of the 5 things that goes into our target mix as we come up with a target PE and look at that in the context of our earnings forecast and then get a fair value for the S&P. So bottom line, because of his Fed view, he also was pretty aggressive on the 10-year yield. We haven't really had any multiple expansion baked into our outlook, and I think that's the right answer.
We got to interrupt. Lori Calvasina with us, folks. With RBC, thrilled she's here today, an extended conversation. Paul, you're going mental here. About Djokovic did what in Australia?
Carlos Alcaraz. I mean, so for me, Carlos Alcaraz is one of the top ranked players,
Right.
and he's like, I don't know, 10, 12 years younger, maybe more than that. So it's a good win for Djokovic.
Federer's retired, right?
Yes.
He's like history.
Yeah. This is the frustrating thing about the Australian Open. It's a major, a Grand Slam, and I don't think I'll see a match, because it's, they're on the opposite side of the globe, but anyway.
I just follow Emma. When she loses, I turn away. So,
Right.
She lost like the third
Well,
round.
Molly Smith, our, Bloomberg News editor, she is our go-to tennis correspondent. So she knows.
Really?
She stays up and watches this stuff.
I can't. Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney with more tennis.
That's right. We'll have tennis coming up.
Futures up 29. Is a mid-cap still a mid-cap, Lori Calvasina? I got off the Vanguard platform. Palantir, Amphenol, Welltower, Motorola, Constellation. In a bull market, if those market caps go up, do the mid-cappies become more large cappies?
I think so. And look, I've covered small and mid-cap stocks for a long time. What's always been apparent to me is that mid-cap managers don't really live and die by their benchmarks the way that, say, small-cap managers do or large-cap managers do. They tend to be sort of benchmark aware, but don't really get caught up in these same market cap bands as
So how do you buy mid-caps? I mean, you're a strategist, I get that.
Yeah.
I don't want to ask you individual stocks, but then.
All right, I'm gonna
are
go
you looking
to
for cash
Sky
flow?
News here.
Is it
For a sec, figure out what's going on in Europe. I I guess there's some
changing the law if necessary, and clearly there's got to be a shake-up of the way the prevent process works,
Southport
because it clearly has not
murders.
worked here. You saw there a very defiant Yvette Cooper in the face of Conservative attacks, that there were cover-ups and there should have been much more information made available to the public. The Prime Minister earlier was talking about the change in the nature of terrorism. Loners he talked about. It's a new phenomenon, he claimed. In the exchanges that we've just heard in the House of Commons, Sir David Davis disputed that because he talked about the killing of PC Keith Palmer here in Westminster a year or two ago, and also the killing of Sir David Amess in his constituency. So there's plenty of disagreement about this, but both the Home Secretary and the PM are absolutely adamant that they couldn't prejudice the trial. That's disputed, given, as we heard Mr. Philp say, the information about ricin was made available a few months later. Why couldn't it have happened earlier? Now, Yvette Cooper did say, in response to those complaints from Conservative MPs, that the killer here would be treated as a terrorist in prison. But the real complaint is that the terrorism threat and his terrorism links were not made public earlier. Now, that claim that the authorities, the CPS, police should have been much more open, that was backed here on Sky News by the peer, Lord Carlisle, a former terrorism assessor for the government. This is what Lord Carlisle told us a short time ago.
It was an act of terrorism in that it falls within the definition of terrorism, in my view. I don't think the fact that it was an act of terrorism made any difference at all to the inquiry. The inquiry was conducted very quickly. The perpetrator was known, he was found, he was arrested, he was interviewed, and he was charged. There was then a search for evidence, including material in his home and on his computer. The one piece of information which, in my view, the police should have issued, and this was a matter for the police operationally, was that he was not an immigrant. It was that point that fueled the riots in Southport and elsewhere, emanating as they did from
Park City is a place where you can ski and ride through
as a
it.
result, it would have helped if we'd known that.
Well, on the Prevent scheme, one of the MPs challenging the Home Secretary just now has been Lee Anderson from Reform UK. He talked about the hundreds of people who are being monitored by the Prevent scheme, and how many of them were in detention, he asked. Well, the Home Secretary refused to answer that question. That clearly, those blunders, the failure to act by Prevent, is one of the things that has most angered a lot of MPs. That, and also the fact that not enough information was made public. But as we've heard, the Home Secretary is defiant and refusing to accept that more information should have been brought forward, because, of course, the fear, as the Prime Minister said earlier, about the risk of the trial collapsing and the killer walking free, as the PM said.
John, thanks very much. Well, let's bring in our North of England correspondent, Katerina Bertozzi, who joins me now from Southport. And I just wondered what the feeling is there, Katerina, today, as this inquiry is launched, that there are many questions, though, for failures
of like one
that
of
led
those
to
Mag
what
7
happened.
names kind of stumble a little bit, and it feels like in the middle of that reporting season, you're seeing the leadership shift and the earnings dynamic shift. And then I feel like all the worker bees around Wall Street go back after reporting season winds down. You know, they go to conferences, they've had all their callbacks, they go, you know, on their bus tours and things. And suddenly I noticed the Mag 7 numbers start coming up again. And so it feels like in the moment, you know, there's a reaction to fade it, but when people really start to give it some serious thought and reflect, the strength comes back. It's a really, really odd dynamic, to be fair.
Tom and I have been talking a lot about ETFs. How does that impact your world as a strategist? Like when I was on the sell side, it was mutual funds and hedge funds.
Yeah.
Those are my clients. Do I now go see ETF managers? Do you go see ETF managers?
I don't see ETF managers per se, but a lot of my hedge funds will use ETFs or ETF-like instruments. And then if you think about sort of not so much the actively managed funds, occasionally maybe they might, you know, buy something like a biotech ETF to put cash in, or a small cap manager might buy an IWM, you know, type instrument to put cash in. That's very rare and few and far between. But generally, you'll see sort of the wealth management community, does sort of defer to ETFs, so they care a lot about sector calls. I think that, sort of wealth management type money moves a little slower. You see big reallocations at the beginning of the year, but the hedge funds, if I think about my small caps, hedge funds have been dialing up and down their bullishness on small caps when they've been dialing up and down their Fed dovishness. And then to some extent, the election morphed into those trades.
I think Rubio is going to be speaking soon here. I believe he was confirmed, and we'll go to Al Jazeera. They're talking in front of the White House. I set up the X Spaces, so if you want to do a call-in, just go to my X channel and go to the Spaces. It's episode 84, and you can do the call-in that way. Let's go to Al Jazeera and see what they have to say about the first day of the Trump administration.
In the United States. And we know that the previous president...
Technically, it's the second day. It's the first full day, I guess.
So it's hard to know if this is an addition or if this is some sort of modification, but we'll be waiting to hear from that. Also, we know that the first swearing in of the first cabinet member, Marco Rubio, for Secretary of State is taking place, and momentarily the U.S. President and his Vice President, J.D. Vance, will be heading to the National Cathedral, where they will be attending a national prayer breakfast. That's a tradition that happens after the inauguration since 1933.
So, Kimberly, you signed about 200 executive orders. We know that there's already going to be some sort of legal reaction to that. Also, of course, there has been a reaction to the fact that he's pardoned 1,500 people linked to the so-called January 6th attacks on Capitol Hill. What has been the response?
Yeah, a lot of outrage from Democrats, particularly on Capitol Hill, who say their lives were in danger on January 6, 2021, when Trump supporters attacked the U.S. Capitol. But U.S. President Donald Trump has pardoned at least 1,500 of those that were convicted for their part in that riot. And he is defending his actions for doing so, saying that these were political persecutions and that these people have done nothing wrong. Among those that were released from the D.C. jail are leaders of the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers, highly controversial given the fact that these are some of the more violent offenders for their sentences. Still, the White House is defending these actions, and the U.S. President says, again, that these were political persecutions and that they are ones that should have never been convicted in the first place.
That's our White House correspondent Kimberly Halbert talking to us. Kimberly, as always, thank you. So ahead on Al Jazeera, we're going to report from South Sudan, where aid workers are...
All right, let's go to France 24. Sometimes they do some good coverage, but before I do that, please go to my store, help support my work. I have great products that I use every day. The two products that I'd like to talk about here are the deodorants. I have it in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree, and in citrus. These deodorants are made from essential oils from the Himalayas. Very high quality ingredients. No baking soda, no aluminum, very high quality, dual purpose deodorants. You use it as a deodorant, but it also will help to detoxify your body. So please, go to my store, get a couple bars for your household. It's for males and females. You can get it in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree, or in citrus. But again, they're made from very high quality ingredients, essential oils from the Himalayas, all natural, way better than anything you're using at the store that has a bunch of chemicals in it. So please, help support your health and help support the work that I do. All right, let's drop into the France 24 before Rubio talks.
Serving sentences of up to 22 years in jail on charges of sedition. There had been talk of whether perhaps Trump would only pardon or give clemency to those involved in non-violent protests, but some of those who've been convicted of assaulting police officers or using violence toward police officers are looking to be pardoned as well, so maybe we're going to see them being released imminently.
Well, there's already quite a slew of changes then that Trump has signed, Catherine, but I understand there may be more executive orders coming up today.
All right, Rubio stepping out.
Absolutely. So we've heard now the first remarks from Trump's new press
I'm gonna go
secretary.
to the Rubio's confirmation here.
Family, especially his 4 beautiful kids and his wife. Thank you guys for being here. It's a great occasion. I will say that it's pretty hard to top being sworn in as vice president and then the Buckeyes won the national championship the very same day. But this is a hell of a start to a run because Marco is one of my favorite people in Washington. And, you know, he's a son of Cuban immigrants to this country. He grew up in very humble beginnings, but he has an incredibly deep love of our nation. He is a bipartisan solutions seeker, a guy who can actually get things done, but a conservative of great principle and great vision. And I think more than almost anybody that I've met in Washington the last few years, Senator Rubio, I think, understands the distinctive priorities of President Trump and why it represents such a significant and frankly important and needed departure from a generation of failed foreign policy. Senator Rubio will be the chief diplomat of the United States of America, but he will remain a friend. I'm proud to know him, and I'm proud to do this. So, Senator Rubio, thank you. I also, of course, want to thank President Trump for nominating Senator Rubio and giving me a first easy swearing in. This is the first time I've ever sworn in an official in the United States government. And I want to thank Senator Jim Risch and his family for making this easy. You guys got this done and got it done very quickly. 99-0, right? I think even I wouldn't have got close to 99-0. So Senator Rubio, it's a great testament to your career of service. And this is a new chapter, man, but I think you're going to do great. So, great. So, I think that we're going to administer the oath, and then, Senator, you'll say a few words. Is that right? Let's do it. Okay. So, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Marco Rubio.
I, Marco Rubio.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
That I will support and defend.
That I will support and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies.
Against all enemies.
Foreign and domestic.
Foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
The duties of the office on which I am about to enter.
The duties of the office of which I am about to enter.
So help you God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, respect.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, for making time. It's been a busy 72 hours, maybe longer, but 96 hours, I guess. But first, I want to thank Jeanette, my wife, who has been so supportive. As the Vice President knows well, it's impossible to do any of these jobs we do here, including the Senate, but now in this new role, without the support of our family and particularly of our spouses. And so, thank you for being supportive every step of the way. I would not stand here before you today without that. I'm also thrilled and grateful that all 4 of my children are here. They're the most important legacy any of us will leave behind. The most important job I'll ever have is that of a father and a husband. And I'm honored that they were able to join us. Amanda, my oldest, Daniela, my second, Anthony, our third, and then Dominic. I'm very happy they're able to see this today. I also want to thank my colleagues, Senator Risch and Ms. Risch, for joining us. He did a great job managing the committee, which brought us here to this point, but he's also been one of my closest friends in my time in the U.S. Senate. In fact, we, by reason of chance, certainly not by design, we wound up basically being first and second behind one another on seniority in every committee. So we even sat next to each other on the floor. So people thought it was a plot. It was not by design, but it's one of the most special relationships I've established. And obviously, it's an honor to be with the Vice President, who I think is going to be phenomenal. Someone I knew and admired and actually relied on for policy ideas before he was even elected to the Senate. And now will do an extraordinary job and for the President. I can't think of a better voice for the world and for the President's policies. As far as the task ahead, President Trump was elected to keep promises, and he's going to keep those promises. And his primary promise when it comes to foreign policy is that the priority of the United States Department of State will be the United States. It will be furthering the national interest of this country. And he's given us a very clear mandate. President Trump's made it very clear. Everything we do This is true in government, but especially at the Department of State. Everything we do must be justified by the answer to one of three questions. Does it make us stronger? Does it make us safer? And does it make us more prosperous? If it doesn't do one of those three things, we will not do it. So that is the goal, and that is the task, and that is the promise that he was elected to keep, and that is the promise he will keep, and we will help him keep. It's a transformational moment. The United States, I think, is now, as President Trump pointed out last night, and I believe deeply, we are headed into a new era that I think will make the world a safer place. We have a president who yesterday, President Trump made clear in his inaugural speech that one of the primary goals of American foreign policies is the promotion of peace. Of course, peace through strength, peace and always without abandoning our values. But I think it's extraordinary that it's something that needs to be said and hasn't been said enough in recent memory. And we look forward to being a key part of helping the president achieve his agenda that he has a clear mandate to keep. If I may take the liberty for just 15 seconds to say something in Spanish, because I know a lot of people back home would be very proud, and I want to make sure I acknowledge that. Quiero dar las gracias a Dios, a mi familia que no está aquí con nosotros hoy, a mis padres que vinieron en este país en el año 1956, y el propósito de su vida fue que nosotros pudiéramos vivir los sueños que no fueron posibles para ellos. Es un honor increíble ser el secretario de Estado del país más poderoso y más bueno en la historia de toda la humanidad. Y es un gran honor y le doy las gracias al presidente Trump por esta oportunidad. I just said I saved a bunch of money by switching to Geico. That's what I said. And I want to end by thanking Almighty God and my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. That is truly the singular purpose of our lives. It's the most important priority. It's the only thing that will matter when we take our last breath on this earth. But this is an extraordinary opportunity that would have been possible without God's blessings. I'm honored and I'm privileged, cognizant of responsibility, and I want to thank President Trump for his confidence. We will work hard every second of the day to help him achieve the agenda the American people have given him to achieve. Thank you. Thanks for being a part of this today. God bless all of you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. We'll talk more soon.
That was.
All right, so, Rubio is now Secretary of State. Please help support my work. We're going to be going on a journey here for 4 years, all right? We're going to be covering the Trump administration and everything that happens in these next 4 years. Now, my take on this is some major things are going to happen within these 4 years. Big stuff. And there's going to be some big stuff that happen in 2025. So it behooves you to make sure you subscribe to my channels and pay attention to the things I have to say about economics, about international affairs, about domestic policy, and about your health. A lot of things are going to be happening. So please, make sure you subscribe to all 4 channels. I have Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble on top of the 4 channels on YouTube, so subscribe to all 7 channels. Make sure you follow me on X, 2 channels, and on GETTR. And there's many other ways to watch the work that I do, live streaming on YouTube and Rumble. I have podcasts in audio form on Podomatic, Apple Podcast, and on my website. So it's a great way to interact. I have the call-in on X Spaces. You can do it in the chat. This is supposed to be interactive. I want your opinion about what you thought about the inauguration, about the executive orders, whatever you want to talk about, all right? As long as we don't have to deal with the censorship with YouTube. But in general, what's your opinion? This is supposed to be interactive. And please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and boost up your health. Follow my protocol, stuff that I do on a daily basis to improve my health, all right? And it helps support my work, and again, it helps support your health. So go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nanosilver soap that I have. You can get it in charcoal tea tree right now. Get a couple bars for your household. This is made from structural nanosilver. It's a very high quality soap. I use it every day. So, and it helps support your health. A lot of the soaps that are out there, have all these tons of chemicals that you don't really want and all that. You want something natural, something that will neutralize pathogens. It's a very high quality soap. So please go to my store and get the charcoal tea tree soap. Another great product that I have is the elderberry zinc lozenges. We're in the cold season still. There's elevated cases. You need to neutralize the pathogens and maintain the mucosal barrier and improve your immune system, right? The moment you have that irritation, you want to start taking the lozenges or the drops that I have on my store. Get a couple bags of the elderberry zinc lozenges or the manuka honey lozenges that I have. Be prepared. Have them at your work, in your desk, or at home. The moment that you have that irritation, you want to take the lozenges and the drops right away. And that way you're neutralizing the problem and you're maintaining the mucosal barrier and preventing further problems. All right, you're mitigating the infection. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get a couple bags of the elderberry zinc lozenges that I have. Be prepared. And lastly, Max 35, the structural nano silver liquid. I take it every day. I take a teaspoon a day, I swish it in my mouth, gargle, about 30 seconds or so, and then swallow. It will neutralize and then also maintain the mucosal barrier and maintain the health of the epithelial cells, the epithelial lining that you have in your oral pharynx. And by doing that, you're going to have a better immune system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and take the Max 35. If you're not feeling well because of the cold season, take a tablespoon or two a day. Okay, with that, let's go to Al Jazeera. No, let's go to France 24. They're talking about the salute by Elon Musk.
Calling him a Nazi was a dirty trick. That quote, the everyone is Hitler attack is so tired. But Elon Musk did not flat out deny or explain his gesture in the tweet. And that room for interpretation may be exactly the point, according to The Atlantic. It says that in addition to allowing X to be a megaphone to bigots and restoring the accounts of damned racists, Musk is a troll, or someone that consistently crosses red lines because they want to offend and trigger. Intentional or not, the gesture did just that.
Well, it was not just President Trump who was issuing pardons yesterday. In the final minutes of his presidency, Joe Biden preemptively pardoned several members of his family, including his brothers, James and Frank, and his sister, Valerie. With a look at why, here's France 24's Yinka Oyetade.
It was one of his final acts before leaving office. Joe Biden issuing preemptive pardons for 5 members of his family. In a statement, the now former US president said he wasn't issuing the reprieves because they had done anything wrong, but rather because he fears political attacks from Donald Trump.
My family has been subjected to unrelenting attacks and threats, motivated solely by a desire to hurt me. The worst kind of partisan politics. Unfortunately, I have no reason to...
That's total horseshit, because the deep state went after the Trump family and after Trump with all the lawfare and anyone that was tied to Trump in his cabinet. I mean, come on, that's total... You know what it is? They're trying to create roadblocks for them to actually be investigated for the wrongdoing that they've done. You know, it's crazy. I tell you, the deep state, this is bullshit.
Served our nation with honor and distinction, and do not deserve to be the targets of unjustified and politically motivated prosecutions.
Yeah.
In December...
But it's okay to go after the Trump family, and it's okay to do the lawfare on Donald Trump during the election, before the election, and during his presidency in the first term. Ridiculous.
I mean, Liz Cheney's a disaster. She's a crying lunatic.
Biden's 11th hour pardon comes on the heels of another controversial grant of clemency to his son, Hunter Biden. The move absolved him of a sweeping list of tax and other crimes he...
Hunter Biden did lots of things wrong, but the worst thing that he did was serving the country in a serving the country where he had a dishonorable discharge. He didn't serve his country honorably. It was disgusting this type of fool. All right, and then he did all these other things that were wrong. But I'll tell you, not serving your country honorably is a major offense. And no one talks about that. No one talks about it because it's not, a lot of people don't have this concept of God, country, and family. But if you notice what the inauguration was about, especially the post-game inauguration stuff that was in Capital One Arena, it was about God, country, and family. It's crazy.
It's in a ski resort in the mountains of Boru, and in such a remote place that it took fire engines 45 minutes to get there because they were going along winding roads laced with ice. And when they did get there, they found that the one side of the hotel was perched on a cliff, so that the fire engines...
All right, so there's some sort of ski resort fire that's going on. 66 were killed. I guess in Turkey. I guess it was Turkey. All right, let's drop into it looks like there is, in Davos, they're talking about, let's drop into Davos here. Let's see what they have to say.
Then I really hope we can get those kids back to school. At the moment, with the Knesset legislation coming at us in a week and a half's time, that's not going to happen. So it's not just this generation, it's a future generation that is going to be in those hopeless conditions. I hope, when I've been in Washington and elsewhere trying to think about how we make these arguments, I hope there is an argument that can be made to Trump that this is the thing that Biden and Obama and Clinton couldn't do. This is your chance to get a great big gold medal.
He's going to love that talk.
And that's what he wants. And
He wants a grand deal.
Don't be a loser, be a winner. We have to keep hoping that normalization with Palestinian dignity, security, justice, opportunity at the heart of it is possible. And we've got to keep hope because that's our job collectively as humanity. And very finally, I was in Damascus a couple of weeks ago, and things felt pretty hopeless there until recently. Maybe they'll be hopeless again. But I was given a poem by one woman who could come to one of our centers to learn to read and write, and it talked about the grass growing.
Let me just give you a market update. The S&P 500 is trading at 6,022. VIX is trading at 15.84. The Euro USD is trading at 1.03. Oil's trading at $75 a barrel and 56 cents. Bitcoin ETF BITO is trading at 25.14, and the USD yen is trading at 155.54.
All right, so that did just wrap up the United Nations as they were discussing the humanitarian situation in Gaza. And of course, we continue to follow all the latest out of the Middle East. I do want to show you this image that we just got into our newsroom right now as Elise Stefanik is going to face senators at her confirmation hearing for UN ambassador today. She is a congresswoman from New York, and she served as House Republican Conference Chair. She's one of President Trump's most loyal allies in the House, and that is set to start here at about 10 a.m. Eastern Time as well. And I also did just want to remind you about our national prayer service coverage beginning also at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, as we do continue to cover this tradition among presidents as they do head to the Washington National Cathedral for this prayer service. President Trump, as well as Vice President J.D. Vance, set to arrive there around 10:30 this morning. So we'll keep an eye on that for you here on Live Now from Fox. All right, let's go away for another 2-minute break. When we come back, much more coverage. Stay with us.
All right, since everyone's on commercial break here, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the collagen. The collagen peptides helps with your bones, your muscles, your joints, your ligaments, your tendons, your skin, your hair. Don't you want beautiful hair like mine? All right, so get the collagen, all right? It'll also help with your nails. But collagen is really important to be taking. Many people, when they get older, the collagen is depleted and they start having problems with their skin and all this stuff. So take the collagen. It has a great amino acid profile on there, all right? And it has a big scoop. You take it every day. This is about a month's supply if you take it every day. And you just mix, how I do it is I mix it with soft foods like yogurt or hummus. And you can also mix it with, let's say, filtered water. Some people mix it with milk. Some people mix it in a smoothie that they create. There's lots of ways to do this, or just mix it with your food. But it's important to be taking every day, all right? And if you're doing some resistance training, right, you're going to actually see improvements on your joint health and on your bone health, all right? And it's a great way to kind of reverse the effects of osteoarthritis, all right? But with osteoarthritis, it takes a while to reverse it, but it can be reversed, all right? If you've been paying attention to me at high doses of D3 and take the K2 and you take calcium and you take the collagen and you do light resistance training over about a 9-month period, you can reverse osteoarthritis. But the thing is taking collagen improves your health, improves your bone structure, improves your joints, your hair, your skin. Now with the skin, you have to take it with vitamin C and drink filtered water. Because what happens is with water and vitamin C and collagen, it will cross-link and improve the dermal layer in your skin. So this is a great product. It's a dual-purpose product. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the collagen, very high quality. It has a big scooper in there. This is about a month's supply. Go to the store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the collagen. All right, let's go to Bloomberg here. What's going on? I think they're talking about Davos.
Virtual with people like you up Happy Valley, what will they listen for from Donald Trump?
Well, Tom, I think people are wanting to hear more specifics about how President Trump's trade policy and foreign policy agenda will work out. We obviously have gotten a preview over the last few weeks and in his inaugural address yesterday, as well as the evening press conference. But I think whether it's more of the same in terms of kind of threats or kind of trade deals or anything new, maybe there's another country he wants to invade. But I think there's certainly an air of pessimism until we understand more specifics of how this policy will unfold.
You're double-barreled with Oliver Wyman. You've got the wonderful Hugh Van Steenis as well. When you toured together, what are you talking about this new era of Trump in Europe, and of course the challenges with China? What do you and Hugh focus on?
Well, and Hugh and I had lunch today. He sends his regards. We're focused on really trying to understand how this new world order unfolds. You've already seen the new Trump administration threaten tariffs. You've seen retaliatory tariffs threatened by some country. And there's a lot of nations and companies that are frankly worried about being collateral damage. So really trying to understand whether the unintended consequences of some of these policy moves are really baked into the calculus.
So how do you feel like, what's the feeling in Davos about maybe just global trade going forward over the next 4 years? Are people rethinking the nearshoring, friendshoring, that type of thing?
I think there's cautious optimism. I don't think there's any immediate change in nearshoring and friendshoring, but I think certainly the posture and change from the Biden to the Trump administration is a marked one in terms of how trade-related issues are settled. So I think there's certainly a view that this administration is more pro-business. However, the means with which they attempt to push that agenda could have some potential consequences down the road.
So what's the feeling there in Davos about this whole tariff situation? Because you see, I guess there was a little bit of relief in the market that President Trump did not announce tariffs on day one, that in fact he will study them, and you know, maybe Canada and Mexico will be first. What's the feeling in Davos about how global kind of CEOs should react?
No, and being with a lot of global banking CEOs today, I mean, look, we all had practice in the first Trump administration. So I think people are being careful not to jump to any conclusions based on some of the statements he makes until we really start to see the policy shakeout. And that's really important, is that the market not overreact to some of these statements as we begin reacclimate essentially to the tenor of this new administration.
Dan, with the context of, we've got a minute here, maybe 2 minutes to go into it, your expertise on sanctions, are we beginning to affect Mr. Putin and Mr. Putin's Russian domestic economy?
So that's the question. The sanctions that President Biden imposed a week ago Friday were fairly significant in further restricting access for countries to buy Russian oil by beginning to close the loophole that allowed certain legal purchases. Now, there's actually a moment for the new Trump administration to leverage authorities that the Biden administration imposed at the end of 23 on secondary sanctions by really trying to force third country actors that continue to trade with Russia and the US to make a choice more aggressively. And those sanctions cost very little to the American taxpayer versus military aid and other sorts of aid that are provided. So there is a certain mechanism that can be applied. And, you know, with Russia, it was always going to be the long game in terms of sanctions to really isolate the economy, but there is more that can be done, and there's more that could be done in the coming weeks by the Trump administration.
So, Dana, just real quickly, is there an expectation that this Trump administration will move to end this war in Ukraine quickly?
Well, I think you've already heard President Trump begin to say the challenge is in ending this quickly. Whether President Zelensky agrees to whatever terms exist, I mean, this is not the simplest thing to end with the snap of fingers. There's a lot of questions on the table in terms of what peace ultimately looks like. But, I mean, reinforcing the Western coalition, I mean, in the inaugural address, there was no mention of Ukraine. President Zelensky speaks here this afternoon in Davos, and it will be helpful to hear beyond what Scott Bessent said in his confirmation hearing next week, how sanctions will play a role in this foreign policy agenda.
Dan Tannenbaum, thank you so much, with Oliver Wyman from Davos this morning. Perhaps we can catch up with him on the backside of Davos as well. The Dow up 338 points. With our news in New York City, Michael Barr.
Thank you very much, Tom, Paul, John. After an inaugural speech promising the start of what he called a golden age, President Trump signed a record number of executive actions on issues like immigration, federal workers, and energy. The president also issued blanket pardons or commutations for people charged in the attack on the Capitol on January 6, 2021. Bloomberg's David Gura was asked about the pardons.
I think this is something that his base was expecting, hoping and expecting that he would do here. But for those who remember well that day and have kind of watched this dark mythology kind of take over what actually happened then, it's kind of the continuation of that. And I think it's something that we'll be talking about not just over the course of this term, but I think throughout American history. Again, what happened on January 6th, of course, and then also just how it's been dealt with here with the pardons the president imposed yesterday.
Bloomberg's David Gura. Marco Rubio has been confirmed unanimously by the Senate to be the next Secretary of State. This as one of those executive orders that President Trump issued would delay a TikTok ban, giving the company and its Chinese parent ByteDance more time to reach a deal to sell the app in the U.S. Rubio was in support of the law as a senator and said what Trump is doing now is not against the law.
The law was written in such a way so it would have kicked in the day before a new administration. So I think it's fair to assume that a new administration would need more than just a handful of hours coming into power to make a decision on how they want to handle it, on which deal they think would be the right one.
Secretary of State Rubio was on ABC's Good Morning America. A rare winter storm is charging through Texas and the northern Gulf Coast. It's closed highways and airports and prompted the first blizzard warning for southeast Texas and southwest Louisiana. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it. With Bloomberg News Now, I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg. Tom, Paul, John.
Apple south today. A good drop south.
Yep.
The NASDAQ underperformance here is, I'm going to call it an Apple event. Jeffrey's a bit tepid. They're worried about iPhone sales.
Yeah,
in
absolutely.
China.
Sure. And that's kind of been in the back of every, I think, analyst and investor's mind for Apple is China. What is the long-term risk?
The BOJ, the Bank of Japan, is signaling that they're going to do a rate hike this week.
Trump administration having a good relationship with Trump, maybe that can help in some
I
ways.
don't know.
We'll
We'll have
see.
to see. You know, Sweeney, you nailed it with Djokovic. I'm not really watching the Australian Open.
I know.
But you were forceful. You just went to our team.
Said, let's-
You were tough on the interns there.
Sure.
Get Molly Smith.
Get Molly Smith, the voice
Molly
of
Smith's
tennis.
coming up. Surveillance. Good morning.
Okay, before we go to maybe Al Jazeera, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the multivitamin plus magnesium. This is really important to boost up your immune system. You should be taking this every day. In addition, if you follow my advice about taking vitamin C and the collagen and drinking the filtered water, it'll also improve your skin. So please, take this every day, couple it with the collagen. It's a great combo. And if you're not feeling well, take a double dose of it. Drink it with filtered water, really important. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the vitamin C with the magnesium. Another great way to boost up your immune system is magnesium and zinc. You're gonna need it. The cold season is problematic right now, especially in high density areas like New York. So please, go to my store, get the magnesium and zinc, take it every day, and if you're not feeling well because of the cold season, guess what? Take a double dose. But when you take the double dose, you should take like one in the morning and let's say one in the evening. Drink it with filtered water. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the magnesium and zinc. All right. What's going on with Al Jazeera?
Themselves, so they are working well with other people so far.
But that is definitely going to be a challenge going forward, isn't it? I mean, you have a fractured country by all measures. Diab, as I mentioned at the start, you created an association for survivors of Sednaya, and you've been, I imagine, talking to those coming out of the prison since Assad fled. Have you gotten a chance to encounter these people or the families of those looking for their loved ones? Can you tell us a bit about the situation right now with all these survivors?
Actually, from 8 December until the 1st of this year, we received around 4,000 requests from the families looking for love, looking for the son, for the husband. Yeah, and also the situation of the new survivor of the release detainees, until now it's not stable. It's very bad because there is no healthcare system, no good healthcare system in Syria, and the organization and the international organization, it's some delay to give the services for these detainees. There is some of the detainees have a problem with the body, with the health, with also the psychological trauma. Yeah, it's a very sad situation. But we work with these people. We work with the families to keep this, to keep the voices. In the new administration, we should listen to the families, to the detainees, to the mothers.
Because this is going to be a crucial point, I would say, in terms of going forward and building a new Syria, right? Discovering the truth, actually figuring out everything that has happened and naming the culprits and potentially accountability, even though I imagine this is going to be a huge challenge. I'm so sorry, we're almost out of time, and I want to get from each one of you a sense of the current challenges, but also your hopes for the future. Very briefly, if you will. Diab, let me start with you. Going forward, what would you like to see happen for a new Syria to emerge?
Yeah, and the new Syria, we need no torture, no forced disappearance. No one can go to the prison to just talking about someone in the government. Yeah, we need to stop all this thing. We need the truth. We need to know all the names of the detainees in the Saydnaya prison who are go there in this fall of this year. This is this is our dream, actually.
Wad, what about you? What are the main challenges right now that should be the focus of this administration, and what is your hope?
We're going to go back
Syria?
to Bloomberg here.
Stays in Syracuse, New York till somewhere about May 15th. So you rock out at the Skytop tennis courts at Syracuse. It's like rock star facilities. It's like UCLA in the East.
Yep.
Molly Smith has knocked the ball around there. She is the surveillance tennis correspondent.
All right, Molly Smith joins us. She's an editor for Bloomberg News. That's her day job, but we love chatting with her about tennis because she is a tennis aficionado. So we've got a Grand Slam going on in Australia. It's frustrating for us in this side of the world because we don't get to see it really because they're on the other side of the globe. Give us the quick snapshot of what's happening in Australia.
You just gotta wake up in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a very simple solution.
Okay.
I mean, my schedule for the past week has been trying to stay up until 2, wake up around like 7, and try to make it off of that schedule. But it's been amazing. I mean, today obviously the highlight, Djokovic beating Alcaraz in 4 sets. It was epic. I mean,
I consider that an upset. I mean, because Alcaraz is kind of approaching, if not at his peak, and you could argue Djokovic just because of his age, despite everything he's accomplished, maybe not as strong as Alcaraz, but boy, big win.
the odds makers for sure would have had Alcaraz winning this. I mean, if I had any money riding on it, I would have had Alcaraz winning it. But in my heart, I wanted Djokovic to win, just for the sake of history. I mean, this is incredible. This man, 37 years old, he's going for a record 25th major, 11 in Australia. I mean, it's unheard of that he's still doing this. And he just completely outplayed Alcaraz from, the middle of the second set on.
Can you extrapolate the season forward from Australia? If it's the kickoff, it's summer down there. Everybody remembers Rod Laver over a certain vintage. But can you extrapolate the performance here into the rest of the season?
I mean, I think it maybe bodes well more for what can you say about who's in good hardcourt form rather than the entire season. It's a little tough to make such a judgment like that because there are players who peak in different times of the year. I mean, they're coming off of what could be a nice off season, but there isn't much of an off season in tennis. It's maybe a couple weeks at most. So I think it's hard to even think past Australia right now because we still have, the rest of the quarterfinals and the championships to get through. But, after this, there's a little bit more of a hardcourt season, eventually into the clay, the grass, and it's just a lot different depending on who's coming up.
Match to match, you know who's going to win? Like Badosa takes out Coco Gauff.
Yeah, I was actually pulling for that too. I felt a little unpatriotic to say that, but.
I follow Emma, and if Emma's out, I don't care. But the answer is, does anybody have a clue who's going to win a given match?
Sure. I mean, I think, odds makers would say Iga's a very strong favorite against Emma, even though I'm with you, I'm pulling for her too. I mean, I think right now, Sinner is probably still the favorite on the men's side. Hasn't really been tested all that much, but I mean, hopefully, the rest of his matches will be at night. He's really only struggled in the heat out there. It's up, we can't relate here in New York, but out there it's 90 degrees right now.
So on the women's side, who should I be focusing on?
Goodness, I mean, Badosa just looks so good against Gauff, and it's just amazing to see her comeback. A year ago she was thinking about maybe retiring from tennis, had a brutal back injury, and now is into her first major semifinal. Like the way that she's playing. I think Sabalenka is still the odds-on favorite, though. Hard to root against her.
Do they have outdoor courts at Syracuse?
Oh yeah, they start getting used once it's above 40 Fahrenheit. So yeah.
You're finally outdoors.
Yeah, we played mostly indoors when I was up there. So it's, but yeah, it's hardly the experience of playing on Rod Laver.
Don't be a stranger. Molly Smith, thank you so much. You should see her on clay. She's a terror on clay. I say Molly Smith, surveillance, tennis correspondent here at the Australian Open. Arna Sabalenka.
Yeah.
from Belarus.
I know.
You know, you
Seriously.
follow this.
I do.
I have
Well,
no
Molly kind
idea.
of tells me where to focus, because otherwise I'll watch some match that nobody cares about. So.
We're playing the president's music today. We did Carrie Underwood earlier. Brooks and Dunn. Casey Musgrave from Nashville.
All right, I'm going to go to France 24. It's talking about Trump.
And rolling back climate change policies. It's day 3 of the Gaza ceasefire. Hamas announcing 4 more Israeli hostages are to be freed this week if the deal holds. This as Palestinians begin to receive some aid brought into the enclave. And 66 people are dead at a fire in a ski resort in Turkey. Some people jumping from building windows in an attempt to escape
All right, we're going
the flame.
to Al Jazeera here.
With analysis on the president's first full day in office.
And in sport, Novak Djokovic has fought back to beat Carlos Alcaraz at the Australian Open. Djokovic winning their quarterfinal in 4 sets to stay on track for a record-breaking 25th Grand Slam title.
Israeli forces have killed at least 8 people in the Jenin refugee camp in the occupied West Bank. The army and the Shin Bet security agencies say they're carrying out an operation there. And the Israeli military vehicles were used to raid the camp after a car was hit in an airstrike. Israeli settlers have also been carrying out attacks elsewhere in the occupied West Bank. Palestinian homes and businesses have been targeted in the towns of Fandak and Jinsafut, east of Kalkia. The Israeli army has detained 64 Palestinians, and that includes children, in a raid on the city of Kalkia. Those arrests come 2 days after 90 Palestinian prisoners and 3 Israeli captives were released under the Gaza ceasefire deal. Let's bring in Hamza Salhout. She joins us now from the Jordanian capital Amman. That's because the Israeli government and the Palestinian Authority have banned Al Jazeera from reporting both inside Israel and the occupied West Bank. Hamza, first of all, update us on this Israeli raid in Jenin. Is it still ongoing?
Well, this raid is still ongoing, and we can expect it to be ongoing for several hours, if not days, and that's because the Israeli army has declared a large-scale military operation in the northern part of the occupied West Bank. They say it's to crack down on armed Palestinian resistance. It's also worth mentioning some comments from the Israeli Army Chief of Staff just 24 hours ago. He said that now that the focus is no longer on Gaza, that there is a ceasefire there, Israel will be ramping up for significant operations across the West Bank. But the entire time Israel's war on Gaza has been there, there's also been a silent war in the occupied West Bank, near daily raids by Israeli forces, killing hundreds of Palestinians. In fact, 2024 was the deadliest year on record for Palestinians in the occupied West Bank. And before the war on Gaza had even begun in 2023, that year was on record to be the highest in its history.
And Hamza, how have we seen groups like Hamas responding to this raid?
Well, Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad have released lengthy statements about the Israeli raid across the occupied West Bank, calling on fighters to confront occupation forces in and around the camp, saying that no matter what the Israeli military tries to do, they will continuously fail in the face of these Palestinian fighters. One of the statements noted that the factions found it ironic that 48 days after the Palestinian Authority had withdrew its forces from Jenin and the Jenin refugee camp, the Israeli military had essentially swooped in and is now conducting this large operation. But nonetheless, the army says that this is what's to come. These large-scale military raids, I mean, images show these bulldozers going and tearing up the roads that lead up to the camp and inside of it, destroying critical infrastructure along the way, preventing ambulances from reaching places where there are people who need help, who've been killed or injured. But these are common themes that we have seen throughout the years after the Israeli military raids the West Bank.
Okay, Hamza Salhout bringing us the very latest there from Amman. Hamza, many thanks. Well, let's take a closer look at the situation in Jenin now. And since its formation in 2021, the Jenin Battalion has been a major target for Israeli forces. Its fighters are based in the Jenin refugee camp and belong to different political factions. In December 2024, the Palestinian Authority launched an armed campaign saying it would root out what it called lawless elements in the camp. 14 Palestinians were killed in the fighting, including 6 members of the PA's security forces. Then in January, the Jenin battalion...
Very much, and with that, I'm going to make an opening statement. I will then refer to the ranking member to make an opening statement. We then have some distinguished colleagues to introduce. You got time to sit through our opening statements, or do you want to do your introduction? I know you both have important things you have to do. Your choice.
Let our colleagues go, Mr. Chairman, if I may speak. Let our colleagues go. Don't do that to them.
It's not that we want you out of here, but...
Can we go?
Shelley, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Risch and Ranking Member Shaheen for welcoming me to the committee, and I want to thank my good friend Elise Stefanik for honoring me today to have the privilege to introduce her before this distinguished committee. And I also want to say what a privilege it is to share the podium with my friend Tom Cotton. Congratulations also to both of you, your positions on this committee. It is truly an honor to be here to introduce someone who I admire greatly. The job she has been selected to carry out for President Trump is not an easy one, but it is extremely important. In its early formation, it was believed that the United Nations required U.S. leadership in both its creation and in the actual business of the organization to prevent conflict and to advance freedom. But lately, when many of us look at the United Nations, this body that is meant to advance values of peace and freedom and human dignity, we don't see those American values reflected. We see rampant anti-Semitism against the world's only Jewish state as it faces attacks from all directions. We see oppression and aggressive autocrats celebrated and elevated to leadership positions. We see China, Russia, and Iran empowered at this organization to advance their values, not the values of peace and freedom that Americans stand for. It is clear that the need to reestablish U.S. leadership at this broken institution, that we need to do that. I cannot think of anyone more qualified or more ready to fulfill that role than my friend Elise Stefanik. I've known Elise for several years during her career in public service, and I am excited to highlight her qualifications for this important role for which she has been nominated. As a member of the House of Representatives, she has...
All right, I want to go back to Bloomberg here.
Donald Trump's policies will fuel inflation kind of easily.
Once Stefanik starts speaking, I'll switch back.
Specific tariffs, at least not for now. U.S. listed Chinese shares like Alibaba getting a boost. Alibaba ADRs this morning, they are up about 0.4%. Apple's iPhone sales plunged 18% in China during the December quarter. That's according to Counterpoint Research. As shares of Apple right now, they are down 3.4%. Most actively traded, well, best performing, I should say, in the S&P 500 individual shares. Charles Schwab Corporation, those shares up 7.4% after their earnings report. And also in the currency space, Japanese yen, that was pushing higher. The Japanese yen right now a little changed, but it was higher earlier after the Kyoto News Agency reported the Bank of Japan moving toward a rate hike at this week's meeting. Right now, the S&P 500 23 points higher. That's at 0.4%. We're at 6,020 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 278.
Bitcoin is just under 103,000.
Basis point lower. That is at 427. The 10-year 5 basis points lower, and that's at 457. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Welcome back, Paul. Hello, Alice.
Hello, happy Monday. Welcome back, Paul. It is, Tuesday, just kidding.
Tuesday.
It's good to have you. He's got a little color for those of you who, a little bit of Irish tan.
That's right. It's better.
Which basically means a little bit of red on your skin, but still, nonetheless, I feel this pain. Anyway, happy Tuesday, everybody. It is going to be quite an interesting week with the headlines going to be dropping fast and furious. Just look at the last 24 hours on your Bloomberg terminal and then all the headlines that we got out of DC. But we want to break down some individual stocks that are quite interesting right now. And
Norma Linda joins us, Bloomberg Equities reporter. So Walgreens, this was kind of like a throw out with the bucket of the trash on Friday announcement, but quite interesting.
Very interesting. So we're seeing Walgreens shares down as much as 14% this morning. That's making them the worst performing stock in the S&P 500 this morning by a percentage basis. Now, this is the biggest drop it has seen since last June, and this is after they are facing a lawsuit from the U.S. Justice Department. They're suing the company for allegedly dispensing millions of unlawful prescriptions while ignoring red flags. Now, they're saying that the prescriptions, they were seeking reimbursements under the federal healthcare programs, despite receiving pressure from corporate leadership to dispense drugs quickly. They are saying that they are going to be fighting back against this lawsuit against the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration, but we have yet to see how, of course, that will turn out. But of course, investors are a little bit nervous hearing this news, especially when you think about the fact that the stock was down 64% at the end of last year.
Yeah, and a big part of that's also going to be, can some of these companies keep their PBMs, their pharmacy benefit managers, and their business too? Like, just that whole sector is going to have some clouds over them.
Definitely.
Okay, also looking at Goldman, what's going on here?
Yeah, so Goldman, I know you all will be talking about this a little bit later in this show, but we are seeing shares of Goldman down as much as 2.7%. They are paring those losses down about 0.9% as we speak, but this is after Goldman is promoting a slate of executives to run some of its biggest Wall Street business lines. So we're seeing promotions of new leaders to run equities, fixed income, and banking units. But of course, with any sort of reshuffling, you're going to face some uncertainty when you think about investors and what promotions could look like. So we are seeing shares down a tad bit, but this is some really interesting news that I'm excited to see how it will transpire.
Also, this after last week and that like stellar earnings report for the banks and sort of the movement there. So it's sort of like we had that big rally, take a little off the table
Bit of a
at the end
breather.
of the day. All right, Nora, thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. Norma Linda, Bloomberg Equities reporter, joining us now. Obviously, the question is, how do you factor in any Trump policies, right? Was it JP Morgan that said they're going to have like a tariff trade desk now, working like 24 hours a day?
Exactly. Trying to stay on top of it.
Right, just trying to like understand what the input means for their models. So we wanted to get more on that with Brendan Murray, Bloomberg Global Trade Editor, on all these tariffs. Let's just start with what we know in terms of Mexico and Canada and what we could expect come February 1st.
Yeah, so Trump, in an Oval Office press briefing late yesterday, said that he was going to put 25% tariff on Mexico and Canada starting February 1st. So, less than 2 weeks from now, 30% of all U.S. trade imports would be a quarter more expensive. Now, whether those are threats that are aimed at driving those two countries to the negotiating table, or a promise that he'll actually follow through on, we don't know. But he has the authority to do so, and the currency markets at least are taking him at his word.
Brendan, would these be enacted via an executive order? Is it simply signing a pen and they're put in place?
Yeah, there's some legal mumbo jumbo that you have to go through and declare quote unquote a national emergency, and that could be the fentanyl problem, or the illegal migration problem from
All
both
right,
countries.
I'm going to go to the confirmation hearing for Stefanik.
Shaheen and I are going to make a few remarks, and then we'll yield to you and hear what you have to say. First of all, let me start by saying there is great difficulty at the United Nations today, and I'm confident President Trump's nominee can help bring much needed change. This is widely recognized by people here up on the Hill. Senator Cotton, Senator Capito both made reference to it. I know you're well aware of it. One of the unfortunate things, and maybe this hearing will help, is the vast majority of the American people do not recognize the deterioration that has happened at the United Nations and how it has strayed from its original purposes. There is great difficulty there. I think that we need significant change. As threats from China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran continue to grow, Representative Stefanik, your position will be at the heart of the U.S. efforts to stand up to the authoritarian axis that seeks to undermine the United States at every turn, and to ensure our partners and allies are also doing their part. I know you're up to that task. The UN was founded to be a force for peace and stability in the world, an admirable goal. It's not working. Since its founding, the United States has helped shape the UN and has supported it in dollars, lots and lots and lots of dollars, and in spirit. But today, the United States remains the largest funder of the UN system. We pay 22% of the regular budget, and we pay 25% of the peacekeeping budget. And what have the American people gotten for these investments? They have chaos, complete dysfunction at the UN, and a warped sense of right and wrong. In place of needed reform, the U.S. is constantly asked to give more to the UN. But over time, the organization has drifted farther away from American values, putting American national security in jeopardy. Representative Stefanik, I know that President Trump has nominated you to the UN because he knows you're not afraid to stand up for the American people. Ensure that taxpayer dollars are truly putting America first and push back against the real problems, constant problems, that plague the United Nations. As the UN has expanded its mission, the amount of conflict, waste, fraud, and abuse has grown. In the UN Security Council, which is charged with maintaining international peace, security, consensus, and partnership on the many issues world faces, has become a fantasy. Critical issues that demand the Council's attention fall to the wayside. Accountability for Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine, China's grotesque human rights abuses, genocide in the Sudan, regime change in Syria, all go unaddressed. But by what is supposed to be the leading international organization to resolve these conflicts. As the authoritarian axis grows and competes against democratic nations, the UN will descend back into the paralysis that has marked the Cold War if it continues on its course, which it has no indication it is changing. To make matters worse, our adversaries have weaponized the UN against Americans and democratic interests. Prior to the fall of Assad, Putin used the Security Council to block any action to hold the Assad regime accountable for its crimes against humanity. China has used its malign influence to block attempts to discuss the Chinese government-sponsored genocide against the Uyghurs. And they have blocked our ally, Taiwan, from fully participating in the UN. China also manipulates the UN personnel system, which we all know. And they've used it to install Chinese diplomats into the UN bureaucracy that only serve China's goals and interests. There is a deep, deep anti-Israel bias within the United Nations that has only grown stronger since Hamas's horrendous, unprovoked attack against Israel on October 7th. This sentiment was spearheaded by the UN Relief and Works Agency, UNRWA, which had numerous employees participate in October 7th terrorist attacks and allowed its schools and facilities to be used by Hamas. Remember, these are U.S. tax dollars that partially help fund UNRWA. For years, I have led my colleagues on legislation to end the U.S. contributions to this anti-Semitic organization, which openly employs terrorists. UNRWA must go. What I've just described is not what the American people want out of their taxpayer dollars. Our contributions should serve America's interests first, and I know you will bring that message to the United Nations system loud and clear. Representative Stefanik, I believe it is reasonable to evaluate every UN agency to determine if what they are doing is directly beneficial to America and hold them account until the answer is a resounding yes. Anything less should not be tolerated. If these agencies cannot be changed, and at this point, the U.S. should seriously examine if further contributions and indeed participation in the UN is even beneficial to the American people. I'm interested to hear your plans for change at the UN, and I look forward to seeing the tremendous work I know that you will do for our country and to make the world a safer place for future generations. Thank you. Senator Shaheen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Congresswoman Stefanik. Welcome to your family, who's with you today as well. Now, whether fighting the spread of infectious diseases or stemming the flow of fentanyl that kills Americans, combating transnational crime that costs Americans billions of dollars, negotiating political settlements to dangerous conflicts, the work of the United Nations directly affects Americans all across this country. We benefit from UN peacekeeping missions that would otherwise fall to the American military. We are better off because of efforts to stabilize societies and provide life-saving assistance and
I'll give you the mic on the X Spaces right after Stefanik's reading of her opening statement.
hearing safer, stronger, and more prosperous. Equally important, if we don't do it, our adversaries and competitors will. Representative Stefanik, welcome again to this committee. Congratulations on your nomination to be U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations. From working in the Bush administration on the Domestic Policy Council to being the youngest woman elected to Congress, you have strong credentials and the relevant experience for this role. But today I'd really like to hear your vision for the United States at the United Nations. I've certainly taken note of the skepticism in the United Nations expressed by others in the incoming administration and also expressed by your introducers today and Chairman Risch. In the past, you have voted to defund the United Nations and its specialized agencies. Certainly, I would agree that the United Nations is an imperfect body, but the UN is also a force multiplier of American taxpayer money. U.S. disengagement is something our adversaries want, especially Russia and China. At his hearing last week, Secretary Rubio said China is our most potent and dangerous adversary, and Beijing's contribution to the UN is almost 7 times what it was 2 decades ago. China has had great success increasing the number of nationals employed at the UN, and so when we cut back, they are ready and very eager to fill that void. Under the first Trump administration, the U.S. withdrew from UNESCO, an agency that, among many things, combats anti-Semitism and establishes international technology standards that affect our industries. When we stepped back, Beijing stepped in and is now UNESCO's largest financial contributors. So I'm really interested in your thoughts on how the U.S. can compete with China across every United Nations agency. One agency at the UN that I think is particularly important is the UN Population Fund, or UNFPA. Globally, 1 in every 5 girls is married before reaching age 18. Too many girls in too many countries, as you know very well, face female genital mutilation and forced child marriage. UNFPA provides critical reproductive and maternal care. It reaches 3 times as many countries as our bilateral family planning program. And in some areas like Darfur and Kordofan, it is the main provider of life-saving reproductive health supplies. Things like childbirth delivery kits that reduce infection for women giving birth outside clinical settings. I believe its work is irreplaceable. Now, if confirmed, I hope we can work together to advance United States interests at the UN. Because when the United States takes a leadership role at the UN, Americans and people around the world are better off. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I welcome the testimony of Congresswoman Stefanik and hearing her views.
Thank you so much, Senator Shaheen, and Representative Stefanik. The floor is yours.
Chairman Risch, Ranking Member Shaheen, distinguished members of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. I would also like to thank the senators from both sides of the aisle who met with me over the past several weeks. It is the honor of my lifetime to earn President Trump's nomination to serve in his cabinet as U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations. If confirmed, I stand ready to implement President Trump's mandate from the American people to deliver America First, peace through strength, national security leadership
leadership on the world stage. Before I begin, I'd like to personally recognize my family. We all know in public office that we would not have the opportunity to serve were it not for the support of our loved ones. I'd like to begin with my mom, dad, and brother, Melanie, Ken, and Maddie. My dad was here with me today, and my mom and brother are watching closely from upstate New York. There is no question that I would not be here without their lifetime of unconditional love, support, and encouragement, and for that I am forever grateful. I also want to thank my incredibly supportive husband, Matt, who is also here, and of course, most importantly, our pride and joy, our 3-year-old son, Sam, who made his debut in the U.S. Senate. He's comfortable on the House side, it's new in the Senate, so thank you for the warm welcome. Sam is by far our greatest blessing. Of all the titles I have held, Congresswoman, Chairwoman, Representative, or Ambassador if confirmed, my most important title will always be Mom. I appear before you today as a daughter, sister, wife, mother, Congresswoman, a patriotic upstate New Yorker, and a proud American. I believe deeply in the American dream because I've had the opportunity to live it. I was born and raised in upstate New York, the cradle of the American Revolution. I grew up in a small business family where my parents instilled in me the importance of hard work, ingenuity, and grit. I was blessed to be the first member of my immediate family to have the opportunity to graduate from college. I graduated from Harvard with honors and then worked at the White House, in the West Wing, on the Domestic Policy Council, and in the Chief of Staff's office. After nearly a decade working in public policy in Washington, I returned home to work in my family's small business and decided to run for Congress. In 2014, I was elected to Congress, making history as the youngest woman ever elected at the time. In Congress, I have fought tirelessly for the hardworking families of New York's 21st District, delivering significant bipartisan results for my constituents. I was elected by my colleagues to serve as the House Republican Conference Chair, becoming the highest-ranking woman in Congress at the time and the youngest woman of either party to serve in top elected House leadership. And over the last decade, I have served on the House Armed Services Committee, the Intelligence Committee, the House Education and Workforce Committee, and I'm proud to be the longest-serving woman on both the Armed Services and Intelligence Committees. On these national security committees, I have legislated on a number of critical issues ranging from military readiness, emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and cybersecurity, to missile defense. I have worked to enhance American intelligence capabilities, strengthen our alliances and partnerships, and deter our adversaries. On the Education Committee, I have been the leader in combating anti-Semitism in higher education. My oversight work led to the most viewed testimony in the history of Congress. This hearing with university presidents was heard around the world and viewed billions of times because it exposed the anti-Semitic rot in colleges and universities and was a watershed moment in American higher education. When discussing this nomination with President Trump, the president shared with me that he sees great promise in the United Nations if it focuses on its founding mission of international peace and security. President Trump has long advocated for peace and no new wars. He delivered the Abraham Accords, the largest step to regional peace in the Middle East in a quarter century. If confirmed, I will work to ensure that our mission to the United Nations serves the interests of the American people and represents President Trump's America First, Peace Through Strength foreign policy. As the world faces crisis after crisis, with hostages, including Americans, still held in Hamas's captivity, to national security challenges ranging from China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran, it has never been more critical for the United States to lead with strength and moral clarity. This is especially important regarding our most precious ally, Israel, who faced the bloodiest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust on October 7th, 2023. As a member of Congress, I also understand deeply that we must be good stewards of U.S. taxpayer dollars. The U.S. is the largest contributor to the UN by far. Our tax dollars should not be complicit in propping up entities that are counter to American interests, anti-Semitic, or engaging in fraud, corruption, or terrorism. We must invest in programs to strengthen our national security and deliver results. To increase the efficacy of UN programs, we must drive reform. If confirmed, I will be the first UN ambassador in over 2 decades to come directly from Congress, and I have deep respect and understanding of the oversight and appropriations role of the legislative branch, and I look forward to using my strong House and Senate relationships to deliver these much-needed reforms. We are truly at a critical point in history. The world must be reminded of the key mission of the United Nations and America's role as its formative leader. Following the devastation, carnage, and Holocaust of World War II, the world was desperate for peace, stability, human rights and dignity, and world order. As outlined in Article 1, Chapter 1 of the UN Charter, the purpose of the United Nations is to maintain international peace and security, develop friendly relations among nations based on a shared respect for the principle of equal rights, solve international problems, and harmonize the actions of nations in the attainment of common ends. The UN has not lived up to this founding mission, and we must demand better. It is imperative to ensure strong American leadership at the United Nations. I share President Trump's vision of a UN reformed by strong America first, peace through strength, and a return to this founding mission of promoting peace and security around the world. In closing, I will forever be grateful to my constituents in New York's 21st District for giving me the opportunity to serve them as their voice at the highest levels of Congress. 10 years ago, upstate and North Country voters took a chance on a young, first-time, unknown candidate who very few believed could win. So I just want to thank the hardworking families, small businesses, farms, law enforcement officers, military families, veterans, seniors, so many with whom I've had worked so closely to deliver results on behalf of our communities. Thank you especially to my extraordinarily dedicated staff in both the district and in Washington offices for serving tirelessly for the past decade. If confirmed, my family and I are excited for this next chapter to serve on President Trump's cabinet in this role, and I commit to the American people that I will work my very hardest in the coming years to lead with moral clarity and American values. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
All right, before I pass the mic over on X Spaces, just a reminder, the ones that are watching YouTube or on Rumble, you can do a call-in through X Spaces. The link is in the description of each of the videos that I have. Just click the X Spaces or the X channel link and it'll take you to my main X Spaces channel, and then just go to the spaces there. And then raise your hand, request the mic, whatever, and then I'll pass it on. So it's a great way to interact. So before I pass it over, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Help support your health. Follow the protocol that I use to improve my health, slow down the aging process, and to have more longevity, more energy, just a healthier body. Something that you should be doing every day is to be taking a very good probiotic. I have 2 different probiotics that you can take on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. Premium probiotic. It's a powder. I mix it. This is the one that I take on a daily basis. I mix it with hummus during my lunch. You can mix it with soft foods like yogurt or hummus or whatever, or mix it with filtered water, or mix it with your food, you know. But the key is to take it every day, all right? Or if you don't want to take the powder version, you can take the veggie cap version. Both are very high quality, and the purpose of taking a probiotic is to bring down inflammation in the gut, to improve your metabolism, to have the right gut biome. And what will happen is that you'll be able to absorb your nutrients better, your liver will be healthier, and what will also happen is that your mood will be better, all right? Depression and irritability is associated with poor gut health. Also, problems with sleep is associated with poor gut health. So if you improve your gut, you're going to improve mental clarity, improve your sleep, and your you're gonna reduce the chances of being depressed. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the probiotic in the powdered form, which is the one that I normally take, or the veggie cap form. Both are very high quality. When you also improve your gut health, you're going to be improving your hair, your nails, and your skin. You can when you see a patient and you see some problems with their skin, a lot of times it's associated with poor gut health. So just a major system, to improve your body is to improve your gut health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the probiotic powder form or the veggie cap form. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to go to X Spaces. Just a reminder for the ones that are watching the live stream, when I do the live streams on YouTube and Rumble, you can join the X Spaces that I have set up on my X channel. Just request the mic and you can ask a question. All right, with that said, let's pass it on. Hello?
Hey, Paul, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Great. Well, it's been a bit of time, but I'd say quite a bit has changed in the world, I guess.
Well, like I said, every 24 hours is going to be something new.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, couple of interesting points. First of all, just a point of celebration. I got my first subscriber on my first and only subscriber on my Substack, which is, as you know, it's an exciting thing because, there's like milestones in this sort of thing.
Right. So just make sure you put the link in the description of this live stream.
Okay.
Yeah, just and just tell the audience because you have people that are listening on YouTube and on Rumble.
Okay. Well, my first post was it's called Trump's Appointments, which is basically I went through all of Trump's Truth Social and some other sources, and have tried to combine in one spot every one of Trump's nominations and appointments. So let me count right now how many there are. I'm just curious. I have a number at the bottom. But anyway, so I put them all together, including the words Trump uses when he. So far I have 174 sort of some of his bigger nominations and appointments. So I think he's hired much more than that. But the ones that he posts about, those are the ones that I list, and then I put down the language that he uses too, and then I have a link to the original source, which people can then verify or check the source of where it came from. So anyway, but the cool thing, Paul, was it looks like it's a reporter. That I didn't realize with Substack is they show you the actual email of the person that signs up, and it looks like it's an actual reporter, which is pretty cool. So anyway, well, my next Substack is going to be I want to read all of Trump's because he signed a lot.
Can I just interject really quick with what you were saying about people following you or following certain channels that are journalists? That's true. I've noticed that too. But another thing that I think happens, but it's harder to determine who's doing it, I am positive, absolutely positive that certain channels are watched by the agencies. Not because they're surveilling the individual, but because they just want to have more intel on a certain topic. I think a lot of intel that comes out, a lot of intel from the FBI and the CIA and NSA is independent journalism. I think a lot of it is.
Wow. So. And I'm assuming you have maybe not direct, but kind of indirect information that would show that. In other words, you've seen certain things.
I have seen certain things that happen that if I'm covering it days later, it's like a more established agency is talking about it.
Wow.
For sure. So the point I'm making is that they have agents out there that are watching the channels you know, on whatever case they are, they get, you know, cases that they have to, you know, do. And, you know, it's one of the data points that they look at as part of the mosaic, which is, I think, is a smart idea to do, you know, because, you know, because it's social intelligence, right, is going to be higher than individual. You know, when you're trying to solve a problem. I mean, it's like stacking computers together, right, to solve a problem. The more computers that you stack, the faster the computation, right? It's the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm an Intel analyst and I'm researching a certain topic, this is exactly what you're saying. If I'm an Intel analyst at an agency and I need to come up with, you know, information for a certain topic that I'm assigned. If somebody else is doing the same research, but they're not an Intel analyst, that might be helpful for me because basically they might be doing the research that I might need to be doing anyway, and because they're doing it, it makes it quicker for me to do it because I just follow what they're doing. And then just check the sources, and then it basically makes it quicker, which is what you're saying. You're combining computers. Now, similarly with my post on, for people that are interested, it's basedreporter.substack.com. Based as in BASED, reporter.sub. Anyway, my next Substack, what I'd like to do is Trump did all these like executive orders, a lot of them. In fact, when I went to his website last night,
I was watching it when they were filming it. I watched it on, I think it was Live Now. Maybe it was Bloomberg. I'm not sure which, but they when he was doing it at the Capital One Arena, and then he did it in the Oval Office.
Yes, and he did a few before that. In another very short signing, it was in the actual Capitol. So he did like 3 different locations, but the first one was more, he was just formalizing his nominations, and so it was just signing. In other words, what had already been informal, like, you know, all these nominations, just to formalize the nominations so that they go to the Senate, you know, officially. They had him sign a few, so it was nothing of interest. But the interesting thing, so I went to the whitehouse.gov last night just to see how many, because if you go to whitehouse.gov and you click on the news, you'll see like all his executive orders. Well, I went and clicked on it, and there were, you know, there's like 20 per page. You know, usually on a website you'll have like 20 links, and then it'll go to the next, you know, you click 2 and then you go to the next page. Well, there were 5 pages of executive orders, what it looked like on day one. So there's a lot for me to go through. But what I plan to do is my next post is going to read through all those executive orders, put the link to them, the language. I don't know if I'll put the language, but then I'll do the summary. So link for the source, and then I'll put the summary of what each one is, you know? So
I think another thing that would be interesting to know is just like what department that particular executive order is linked to. Because then it's another data point to track to see if it's actually being implemented. Because some of these things that he says, I'm not sure what department it's really going to.
That's a good point, because the good thing I noticed about Substack is on the left side of the page on an article, if you click, there's like these little lines. It's kind of like an index, like a table of contents. And so, like, if I ordered them by like department, if I ordered all the, because I was thinking about how do I order the executive orders? Do I just do them in order? Because I think there's like actual numbers to them. There's like a numbered order to them.
See, I view it as kind of like almost a spreadsheet, and you have a column is the order number, then a description of what the executive order is, you know, or the title of it, maybe a little bit more of a description, and then the agency that it's tied to, or a series of agencies, because I bet that some of these executive orders are cross-agency.
Yeah, and so I think your idea of like how to order these is better than what I was. At first I was just, you know, it just passed through my mind. I was thinking, well, am I going to do them by number? Because that's the official order of like these. But, you know, they number like, you know, let's say 17365, you know, something like that. And then the next one is 173, whatever, 6, you know, 56 or whatever. So, but I you know, but that's not of interest to people. I think it would be more interesting to do something like what you're saying, which is order them by, or group them by like topic at least, you know, if not department. So that'll be good. And then, anyway, back to, well, it's going to take me a bit of time because I'm doing a bunch of other stuff at the same time. So, but I'm going to try to get to it as quickly as possible because this is stuff that I really want to understand. You know, I really want to understand, like, because I think it's so interesting, like all these things that he signed. It's just so.
Well, you're starting to feel like how I feel. Is there's so much to cover. I get so many questions about certain types of topics for my audience to know my opinion on something. Some of it's politics. A lot of it's more on the science side.
Yeah.
And you know, and they have great ideas. But the thing is it takes so much time.
So much.
You know, I mean, you just don't have the time to digest it all.
Yeah. No, you're totally right. Because you cover really everything, and so the question.
Well, I have someone that want, and I've been wanting to do this for a while. They want me to explain self-replicating RNA.
Yeah.
That's been researched in Japan.
Yeah.
So you can not only could you have messenger RNA, you can put in replicase code in the RNA that helps to self-replicate it. You know, so now you're moving towards like manufactured synthetic viruses, right?
Yeah.
So it just, you know, it gets kind of crazy, and they wanted me to know if we're going to turn into the gray goo world, and you know. So,
yeah.
But I when I do something like that, you know, I have to put the time in explain the detail of it instead of just saying yes or no on a particular topic.
100%. Like I was also talking with my brother, and I told him that I was doing this thing, and he was like, "Oh, you know what? You'd be really good, like because I used to read a lot of law, just like black letter law, like code, state code, and he was telling me, oh, you should make like a video explaining like all the legal stuff, like regarding the Panama Canal, for example, or Greenland. Like, what's the legal history? Like, what's Trump up against? What are his legal?
It's like a mini documentary.
Yeah. And it's like, okay, I could do that, and I would love to do that because I'd be interested in that myself. If somebody created a video like that, which I don't think exists, then like these kind of videos I don't think exist, I would watch them.
Do you think we're going to take the Panama Canal back?
Well, I think, and I just to be clear, I've only like researched it, you know, I haven't really researched it, I just watched videos and stuff. I think based on just you know, feel, I think two things are going to come out of this. One is China's going to be gone, and two, they're going to reprice how U.S. ships are charged. You know, so that's clear. Whether the actual, like, you know, the United States will actually, I only saw one speech, and that was, I think, one comment by Trump. That was very recent, where he actually said, we're going to take it back. But did he mean actually take it back, or did he mean, and, you know, I think the president of Panama put out a statement, and I didn't read it, it was in Spanish, but the gist of it, I think, was that, no, you're not taking it back. But I read that Panama has no military, so, you know. I mean, will Trump take it back? I don't know, because Trump is a negotiator, and I heard from what I understand about how he negotiates is he'll throw something bigger out. You know, if you're negotiating, you want to.
No, you flagpole it. You flagpole it. So you just, you know, so you know, the whole idea is you ask for way more than what you really want. And then and usually the opposite side does the same thing, and then you kind of negotiate and chip away, and eventually you get to the middle, which is probably where he wants to be.
Yeah, and I don't know if you even what's been cool is this Greenland one. I mean, of course, the Panama Canal is really interesting. It's really important militarily, but also commercially. But Greenland, I watched some interesting videos of like people that have flown out to Greenland, like, you know, like kind of independent reporters, and like interviewed people. And there's a guy, Nick Shirley, he has a YouTube channel. He went out there, interviewed about what I've seen so far about Greenland is they, by a large margin, at least I saw some sort of poll. I didn't check the, you know, veracity or whatever it is, or whatever, you know, like the correctness of the poll, but like if it's done well. But the point is it looks to me like Greenland wants to be independent. And what I see, the interesting thing is, what does it mean to be independent? I think what they want is I heard the Prime Minister, and if people are interested, the Prime Minister, I think a few years ago, went and gave a speech and did sit-down talks at like a think tank in Washington, at least one. I forgot the name of the think tank, but people can search it. And it was very interesting because if you want to see where Greenland, what they're thinking about, like what they want their future to be, that those sort of videos are helpful. But the point is what looks like, I think he mentioned that one of the things that for a number of years they've been working on a constitution. But here's the problem with Greenland too. See, you could give Greenland a constitution. In other words, they could have, but they would have some sort of, in other words, semi-independent, semi-autonomous. But it's like America, they don't have a military, I don't think. So America would be their military, be their military.
Well, I think what they really want is something very similar to what we have in our state, for states. They don't want to be a territory of Denmark. They want to be a state. They want to have their own autonomy and be able to govern their state. But they also need a bigger brother to be able to give them, economic opportunity and, military security and all this stuff. So it makes more sense to turn Greenland into a state of the United States. Because they're going to do far better aligning with us than Denmark.
Actually, see, I didn't even think about that before this whole, this whole conversation.
Because they set up the Constitution, they set up a state constitution, right? And they just get integrated right in. I think it's perfect. I would love to see Greenland turn into a state of the United States. And I would also love to see Canada turn into a state of the United States. But Canada and Greenland are so big that probably they would have to be broken up into multiple states.
What do you think about, what do you think about Greenland, like the Puerto Rico model or like the Guam model?
Well, personally, I would prefer Guam and Puerto Rico to not be territories, but to be states. They should be given statehood now. I mean, we're already funding it. They're both strategically important for us. So why not? Well, I mean, I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense not to. I think the reason is that Puerto Rico typically goes Democrat, and razor thin margins in terms of the House, and Guam, I don't know how they vote. I don't know much about Guam, but in terms of the Pacific strategic positioning of islands, our Navy needs Guam for sure. The same thing with the Air Force. So, Guam and Puerto Rico should be states. They shouldn't be territories.
Well, and Trump reminds me of, I don't know if it was Teddy Roosevelt, maybe it was, and other presidents maybe as well, is that, first of all, I think we got to pause for a second. I think Mount McKinley is already renamed. Wait, I think Denali I think Obama changed Mount McKinley, which is the tallest mountain.
Right. With the executive order, one of the executive orders was to change the name.
And to change the name to the Gulf of America, from the Gulf of Mexico. Right. And I did see that Florida had already put out, maybe it was like a hurricane warning or something, and they put Gulf of America. Trump he's already making important moves. I mean, when I'm saying important, in quotation marks, half facetious, but it's it is an important move in terms of the feel, like the zeitgeist and the.
I would love to hear him to rename the Atlantic to the Ocean of America.
Well, but Trump reminds me of and he did use these words. He reminds me of their presidents. I think it was Teddy Roosevelt, maybe others that. Got new territory. I don't know, it was Teddy Roosevelt that got the Philippines or something, but, and Trump said that I think he kind of either directly or indirectly kind of made it sound like that, we're going to get new territory. And I think it's going to be great for Greenland to be whatever involvement they have with America, because they're going to have all the advantages because they're going to be able to fly to America. The boom that's going to happen in Greenland, I think.
And there's a lot of resources there that big U.S. companies want.
And how about just the tourism travel?
Well, that's true. That's true. And then not only that, you know, the skiing. You know, I'm willing to bet that the whole ski type. I think it would be a win-win for everybody. Honestly, strategically, it would be helpful economically.
I think the only question is just going to be how much autonomy is Greenland going to, because from what I understand, Greenland doesn't have the ability to defend themselves, so they need a bigger brother.
That's why it totally makes sense. Just give them statehood.
Yeah.
They become a state.
And it makes sense more for them to be aligned with the United States than it would be for them to be aligned with Denmark, and Trump's already threatened Denmark, so I think this is going to happen. The question is just what is it going to look like?
It does three things. Well, it does four things. One, there is an economic and military strategic advantage to do it for the United States. It pokes the eye of the Europeans, and it boxes in. If they become a state, it also boxes in Canada.
Oh, interesting.
And so eventually Canada is going to start to realize, because their population isn't that great. I mean, most of Canada is a tundra. So, and the population of Canada is all along the border. So it just makes more sense that Canada just gets assumed by the United States through statehood.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's perfect, because if you think about it, they're boxed in. If the United States could get Greenland and turn it into a state, you got Alaska as a state, right? You got Greenland as a state.
Yeah.
So the inevitable will be Canada becomes a series of states for the United States. And I'm willing to bet that most Canadians would prefer that. Maybe Quebec, would secede from the Union. I don't know, but most of Canada, I would say, would want to be part of the United States than the situation they're in right now, and it just totally makes more sense. We wouldn't have to deal with tariffs. We wouldn't have to deal with going over borders. We wouldn't have to. It just makes. That's what our founding fathers wanted.
Yeah, you mentioned that, and I do think, like, geographically, right, because you have Alaska on the west side, you'll have Greenland on the east side, and America to the south. So it's completely, on three sides it's surrounded, and on the fourth side it's kind of surrounded by ice.
So they're boxed in if they're boxed in, if they can do it. And there's there's nothing stopping the United States deciding to purchase and turning it into state. It doesn't have to be a territory for X amount of years. It could turn into statehood relatively quickly, and wrap it all into Guam and Puerto Rico too. It's just one big swoop of new states. But I think that the flag, I think from a spiritual point of view, a metaphysical point of view, for symmetry, when you add states, it needs to be even number.
Yeah.
So I don't think that, if, being a 51 state, 52, okay, 54, okay. So if you bring in, the point I'm making here is if you bring in Greenland, you got to bring in something else. Yeah. But if you bring in Guam and Puerto Rico on top of Greenland, you have to bring in something else. And that something else could be Canada. But I would say that if you ask most Canadians, I think they would prefer to be integrated with the United States.
Actually, that same reporter, he's a young guy, Nick Shirley. He went to Canada too and did I did an interview. He's on YouTube for people interested. Shirley, something like that, Nick Shirley. And surprisingly, it was surprising to me. Quite a lot of people were into the idea, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, which is a surprise to me. I didn't realize that Canadians would be into that. Now, Paul, let's talk about some of the interesting videos that came out, of all the celebrations yesterday. first of all, there was, I don't know if you've heard of this, there was something called the coronation ball. Like, you coronate the new king. So
You're talking about after the inauguration ball?
It might have been
Or
before, might have been after, but
I
it
thought
was
these
put
balls
on by
were after.
Yeah, the normal balls are after. Let me see. I'm looking it up on YouTube to see if there's any videos of it. But back in 2016, they did a ball called the Deploral Ball, and it was all like the real MAGA.
Right.
And okay, I don't see it on YouTube, so I don't know if anybody's maybe it's on Twitter. But anyway, so that was interesting. I haven't seen any videos, and this stuff is being suppressed. I mean, I know you've been suppressed, and the right wing is suppressed in general on the internet, Google and all that. And that's been one of the problems, is finding videos of things has not been that easy.
No, right, especially on YouTube. It's better on
YouTube,
Rumble and Brighteon. But the eyeballs aren't there. Most people don't have an app on their mobile device that goes to Rumble or Brighteon. I don't even know if Brighteon even has an app. And it just YouTube just, because of first mover advantage, YouTube just has all the eyeballs. But the reach is really hard. I mean, you can't reach the audience unless you demonize, unless you fall in line with kind of a Democratic, some of the Democratic Party platform. If you make videos that align with the Democratic Party, you can get traction. If you demonize certain, if you demonize Trump, you'll get traction. If you demonize, certain groups, you'll get traction. So
Paul, did you see I forgot what it was called, maybe the military ball last night, and it was Trump dancing with the sword? It was kind of funny.
I didn't see that. I stopped watching it once he signed the executive orders in the White House.
Yeah, but there was traditionally the president will go to multiple balls, went to last night. And then apparently, I didn't realize this, but there's a ton of parties just, like last night and the night before, just because if you think about it, so many key people come to, or important, or like even so many key people come to one place at one time that, they set up a ton of just get-togethers, parties. Like Peter Thiel, he had a party apparently he has a house out there. I don't know if it's in Northern Virginia or what. And, a lot of those tech guys went to the party. And I didn't see video of it, but I just saw a video of them some people going in. Zuckerberg was going in. But Paul, one thing I've wondered was, because some people were questioning, some more security, I think, type people were questioning on Twitter whether the reason why Trump moved, inside wasn't just because of the weather, but
no, I believe it's the weather. I think it's the weather. I don't think it's.
Yeah, right. And then Trump was, I think, directly asked whether it was security related. He said no, it was the weather. I don't think Trump was making that up.
No, it's the weather. I mean, it was just too cold. People just couldn't. People would get frostbite if they were out there for hours in 9-degree weather. I mean, no.
And it's January. Like, I lived in D.C., Virginia, for 8 months. I forget if I was in Virginia, but that place gets cold.
Mm-hmm. Right? No, I tell you, this year is a cold year, cold winter in New York.
Yeah.
I mean, it's cold.
Yeah.
So and we still have snow on the ground, which is almost never.
Interesting. Now there was a couple of hiccups, and I know Trump really likes stagecraft and really he likes it to be done well, but you know what? I don't care for it. I mean, I don't care that.
Honestly, I think it was better. The symbolism in it being indoors in that rotunda, I'll tell you, the ambiance was different. You had all those paintings. Yeah. George Washington right next to Grant, and then you had Lincoln, right by the door. And I'll tell you that it was the ambiance.
Yeah.
By watching it, I felt that I was watching something special.
Yes.
compared to a normal inauguration. I normally watch the
Yes.
inaugurations, all right? And I'll tell you, this one was way better than the last 5 inaugurations. All right, way better. And not only that, I remember even when Trump's inauguration for his first presidency, for his first term, this one was it just felt special.
It felt regal.
It felt special. In the background of the history with the paintings and with George Washington in the back, there was something special about it.
And also, to me, the other special thing was like, it was the whole U.S. government in one spot. In other words, it was all the justices, it was all the presidents, past and vice presidents, presidents.
Yeah, but that's true too. Even on the
normal.
on
But
the
what I mean is, it was. But when it's outdoors, it's sort of amongst a mass of people. It was really interesting because under this one dome, you had the whole U.S. government. It was crazy.
And I'll tell you, there's kind of probably almost a kind of a spiritual thing about being under one roof and having all that power under one roof.
And then it was the apotheosis of George Washington above Trump, above the inauguration, the famous.
Well, and not only that, Grant and the statue of Grant and of Lincoln, Grant and Lincoln, the holding the Union together.
Yeah, it was like a spiritual. When I say coronation, I mean in the spiritual sense of the coronation. That kind of like really, the kind of regalness.
And even Trump said when he did the speech in the overflow room after.
Yeah.
He said that it probably turned out better doing it this way.
Yeah, and I know people, and when I was first, like watching the news, people were saying, that maybe like the people that had, paid all this money for tickets and then they couldn't see the inauguration. But the good thing was, I don't know if all of them were able to, but a massive amount of them were able to go to this Capital One arena and then have a whole song and dance there. So
well, they had they had the overflow room. They had 600 people under the dome.
Oh wow.
I thought it was 600, and then there was the overflow room that had 1,000 plus.
Wow.
Now I don't know if they had only one overflow room or 2 overflow rooms, and then they had the arena.
Yeah. Yeah, and I heard the arena holds 20,000. You'd think more than 20, but I don't know. But 20, I guess, is not the amount that apparently the people that got tickets. I heard it was like 150,000. I don't know something, but the bottom line
when you get a ticket for inauguration, I've never gone to inauguration, right? I've only watched it on CNN, right? So do you buy it? Are you given it? How do you buy a ticket, or are you given it?
Not sure, but like my impression was that there's like different layers in the inauguration. So if you're much closer, let's see, like I heard, so I think, like I know Congress people were able to give out some, I think.
Yeah, so
like
so they probably have friends and family 2-ticket type deal, or 3-ticket type deal, and then but I don't know if people, let's say the average Joe that wanted to be, around the reflection pool, do they?
That's I think where they would be.
Would they buy a ticket, or would they?
Well, I think probably like there's a certain area that's much closer that I saw like one, very like a billionaire. I think he was saying that I guess his friend bought a ticket for like a 7-figure price for a VIP ticket.
7-figure?
Yeah, but because I think the money goes to like the inauguration fund, it's like a donation. And it's like, because I think the inauguration is paid for by private donors. So anyway, I think it probably depends on what level, like how close you are, and that sort of stuff. What sounded like to me was there was some Democrat Congress people that I saw on Twitter that were like upset, that their constituents were upset, and they were like trying to blame it on Trump that he didn't, and so they were saying. So what it sounded like was like It sounded like they had even more than like 3. It sounded like they had, I would say, at least 20 tickets per congressperson. So
I don't know. But I mean, it could be. I don't know. I'm just surprised that you had people spend that much money, 7 figures for a ticket.
well, that guy, I think it was.
I mean, a person that given that much money probably has special connections. Why would they need to buy a ticket unless they're trying to buy influence? I mean, these inaugurations, when you're spending money, at that level, it seems like you're buying influence or buying access.
Yeah. Well, like Zuckerberg, I think was in the news. He gave $1 million to the inauguration, and maybe.
Well, did you see the picture of Zuckerberg looking at Jeff Bezos' girlfriend or fiance?
You know what I thought?
It's hilarious.
You know what I thought about that? I was like, gosh, this guy, he has so much money. He could probably, although he is very nerdy. I mean, and he's very, Asperger-y, whatever you want to call it. But like, he's a guy you'd think he could get any woman. But yet he's probably been married to the same woman for a long time.
Well, he was. I mean, he met her at Harvard. Jesus. The way the story was is that he was about to get kicked out because of what he did with the Facebook thing. And Larry Summers, who was the president of Harvard, it was rumored that he was going to get kicked out. And he knew her either through parties or through a class that he took that she was in. Now she was on the track, I believe, for pre-med. So I don't know what her undergrad was in, but she eventually got her MD. So she was more in the sciences while he was more in the computer type stuff, the computer science stuff. But he was telling her, hey, we got to go out on a date because I'm going to get kicked out of Harvard, in 3 days or whatever it was. So that's how they basically met. And he stayed with her, since then. The moment that once Facebook went public, that's when he married her.
But I think even though
I don't even know her name.
Yeah, me neither. Yeah. Well, it's like these women, they marry. They're, to be honest, nobodies. They marry, and then when they divorce, they become billionaires.
Well, yeah. I mean, she hit the lotto. I mean, at that time when she met Zuckerberg, it wasn't for sure if Facebook was really going to make it.
Yeah.
I mean, because back then it was more like MySpace.
Yeah.
And MySpace was junk. I still don't understand why Facebook ever made. I made a little bit of money on Facebook with the IPO. I bought Facebook with the IPO, and I also bought Twitter with the IPO, and I thought Twitter was a better company. And I was shocked to see that Twitter was tanking and that Facebook was rising. Because I didn't understand the business model of Facebook.
Yeah, well, do you think that the Intel community might have been behind?
Probably, I'm sure. Here's the thing, same thing with the Bitcoin. I'm sure the Intel community is tied to Bitcoin.
Yeah, well, because with Facebook, everybody's creating a dossier on themselves and putting it out there for the government.
Yeah, but it gets to a point where, you can just jam the signal by putting garbage up.
Yeah, these days.
Everything's garbage now. You can't even really get anything. If anyone has any intelligence about how these social systems work now, these social platforms work. If one's intelligent, you have to jam the system. You got to put garbage up.
Yeah. But back then, when it first started, I think people were honest.
Well, sure. But I mean, it's even to the point where anything digital is you got to question it. I mean, I thought, and maybe it was true, and it just changed. But there was tons of posts on X saying Bush wasn't going to be at the inauguration, that the Clintons weren't going to be at the inauguration, that Michelle Obama wasn't going to be at the inauguration, but Barack Obama was. So and then all of a sudden, I'm covering it during my live stream, and I'm seeing, Bush Jr. walking down the tundra, down the aisle there, and the rotunda, and Clinton was there. So I don't believe anything that's ever posted anymore. I've gotten to the point that we're right at the cusp of we can't trust many posts because you don't know if it's misinformation or even if it's a picture, you don't know if it's AI generated or a film that's these technologies are getting so advanced, and you don't need to have like a lot of cloud computing or anything like. People are like stacking Apple Minis in like an array, like they stack like 6 or 8 at a time, and they built their own AI. They built their own AI generator.
Wow.
You know, they have to use a special program to sequence all the data to crunch it. But the thing is that you can do this locally now. It doesn't have to be farmed out. You can do all this local.
Yeah, and I started using AI. I'm on board with you saying that it's hard to trust this stuff, but I started using AI for a class, and I couldn't believe how good AI is for now you gotta check the sources and everything, but anyway, but
well, I mean, it's getting to the point where even some of the advanced development that's going on in Adobe.
Oh yeah.
The pictures
Adobe
now.
has an AI.
Yeah, I mean they're playing with AI, so you can change the back. You can marquee like a center, and then you can change the background like instantaneously, or change the lighting in real time. I mean, it's a lot of advancements are taking place in photography and in videography.
And then Zoom, I'm looking here on the tools, AI tools. Zoom AI Companion helps draft emails and chat messages, summarizes meetings and chat threads, improves brainstorming with colleagues.
But everything is going to be, everything is. But when you have AI generation that's taking place on text, pictures, and film, you don't know if it's real.
100%.
So we're at a point where the system's jammed. You don't. I mean, we're literally. There's going to be an element of reality. There's going to be reality, all right. But it's going to be hard to know if it is real or not. And then you're going to have a lot of people commenting and doing their analysis on a fantasy land that's like Dungeons and Dragons.
Well, and
it's like a role playing fantasy thing that seems real to you, but it's really not.
Absolutely, and going back to the Twitter thing for a second, I hate scrolling on the For You because there's so much shit in there. Like there's so much baloney.
Mm-hmm.
Like you said, people posting that Bush isn't going to be there, and it's like I know that there's, whether it's governments or intel agencies or just bad actors or people that just want clicks, whatever it is. There's a ton of these groups out there trying to put shit in the system, and it's very, very hard to.
There's going to be a point. There's going to be a point that I won't be able to do the show because when I reference the news in real time, the breaking news, you don't know if that breaking news is real. Even though I'm watching Bloomberg, there may be a time when Bloomberg says they're gonna decide to pull all their journalists, lay them all off, and then in Adobe generate it and just feed it. And whatever the AI is deciding to make is what gets published. Now, some of it might be true. Maybe they're AI hallucinations that take place. And then people are commenting on it. You're going to get to a point, I don't know what year it would be, but you're going to get to a point where you just got to turn everything off because it's potentially all fake.
Yeah. Okay. I was just checking the news just to see if there's anything new, since we started talking.
Well, I mean, there was the swearing in of Rubio. Stefanik is going through her confirmation.
She's a powerhouse.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, what I mean is she's a good speaker. The way she took down those presidents of Harvard,
right.
that was professional.
Well, she's a professional hit woman.
Hit woman. I mean,
well, you know what was the great thing about it was she's from New York, so she's got that New York edge to her.
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
Right, and not only that, she went to Harvard, so she was taking down the Harvard president that was elevated because of DEI.
Yeah, and they can't say, oh, you don't understand Harvard because you never went there. You don't understand the Ivies because But I'm looking here. It says here's an interesting headline: a leftist social media. Oh, blue sky goes into meltdown over Trump's January 6 pardons. We are all in terrible danger. I don't know if you know. Do you know about this blue sky? I've never been on there, but
I don't know what blue sky is, but we're talking about the January 6 pardons, right?
But blue sky is like the leftist Twitter kind of thing. It's one of those threads. It's like this, leftist. But okay, there's so much to talk about. The next thing that comes to mind is the pardons of his family. So corrupt. Now, I'm not saying he's legally allowed to pardon his family. Biden. But what I'm saying is
yeah, but why pardon the family if they did nothing wrong?
Because
Unless they were conduits.
That's the point. It proves the point that what
the family members were paid through. They were paid in different ways, and it flowed through the family. That's how they went.
Here's what he did. It finally completed the circle. Biden spent his whole career in corruption.
Yep.
And now he has completed the circle by pardoning, and I think the reason why he goes back 10 years is because that's probably the statute of limitations on this kind of.
Well, the question is how much corruption was there when he was a representative or a senator? I would think that there was little corruption while he was a representative. There was probably a little bit. There was probably no there was probably no corruption during his time in Congress, right? But when he was in the Senate, I would say probably midway in his tenure was probably when the corruption. Now, I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know if this is true. I would not be surprised that somehow, some way, he's tied to saving the loan scandal.
Well, McCain was tied to that.
But I would not be surprised that Biden was a part of it. Now, I think the corruption was on steroids once he became VP.
Yeah. And I'm looking here. It looks like he became a senator in 1973. I think before then he was a city councilman or something.
Was he city council? I thought he was in the he was in the House of Representatives, I thought, before he elevated to the Senate.
I'm just looking at Wikipedia here. Let's see here.
Wasn't he a congressman?
No. He was in Newcastle County Council in 1970, elected, and then the U.S. Senate in 1972.
Oh, I didn't know he went straight to the Senate. I thought he.
Yeah.
But
if you think about it, the Senate for Delaware is so small that it's basically, I don't know how many people are in Delaware. Let's see, Delaware population. It's so small that I wonder if it's the size of it's basically the size of a congressional district. It's 1 million people live in Delaware. And
that's now. That's now. Not in 73. I mean, you're talking about probably 500,000.
Yeah. And a representative now, like a House of Representatives, a congressperson represents, I think, about 700 and something, 70,000 or something. So it's pretty close. Now, but Paul, there's some, another thing. Back about the video of Trump dancing with the sword, let me just tell you what happened. Maybe you'll see a clip of it, as you're searching through stuff. But what happened was he went to this ball and they asked him to cut the cake. So it was like this military ball, and I think it's like all military, it's all soldiers. And so, but they gave him like a Marines or whatever it was sword, like a real, to cut the cake. Him and So you can imagine Trump with the sword, But what happened was then when it ended, after.
It sounds like something right out of like Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, that's what it looked like. It reminded me of Trump, the sword dance in Saudi Arabia that Trump did. Now, what happened was, it was like Trump was going to move on. These things last for, 15 minutes or whatever. So Trump cut the cake, and then as it was ending, Trump's still holding the sword, and then they put the YMCA song on. So Trump just, does the dance, the dance, the normal YMCA dance that he does, but with the sword in his hand. So it was funny. Because I saw like one of the Marines like side eyeing him, like I don't think he liked it. Because it's like, but Trump's the leader of the what do you call it, the commander in chief. He can dance with the sword as he wants.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably a little bit of a disrespect to the Marine Corps by doing that, but
yeah,
the thing is that he's an unconventional leader.
Yeah.
And you know what? At this stage in the United States, we need it. We need someone like him to move the country forward. And I'll tell you the contrast between Biden. I mean, literally Trump did in 72 hours, right? More than what Biden did all year.
It's so crazy because the left is saying like, if you notice some of the left talking points, or one of them is like, how are we gonna? Because people are saying to them, hey, you guys are like crushed. You guys are like, how are you guys?
Well, the Bloomberg host on the radio show, she was saying that Bloomberg's put more staff on the Trump beat because of so many things that are flowing out of the White House that are affecting markets.
Oh, that's interesting. And yeah, like I'm aware of a university that they have like a team that does like, they're a team of analysts that does analysis for them, because they want to know like for example, they want to know, so with this thing, they're putting people on. This is going
to affect endowments. The moves that he's making in the markets is going to affect endowments for these larger universities.
Oh yeah, Trump did a video on endowments saying that he was going to. Okay, this is a really cool thing. I don't know if you've ever heard of this, but I don't know if it was Jefferson, somebody in the past, very important, like one of our kind of founders or important people in our country, or multiple of them, talked about creating a national university like a couple hundred years ago. This is so cool. And it never came about. But Trump basically talked about creating a national university. And I don't even know. And he was saying,
well, back in the day, back in the 1700s, Benjamin Franklin, thought that education should be available to the masses, and he helped support libraries. Now, what you're saying sounds more like Jefferson. Something coming out of Jefferson. But it was Lincoln that set up the whole state university setup.
Oh, through the like land grant stuff?
Yeah. I mean, so state universities came right from Lincoln.
So what happened, I'm reading a couple books on like the history of universities in the in general. It's really interesting. So the first like sort of universities were modeled on like Cambridge and Oxford, so like the Harvard and Yale. And then you also have like the liberal art colleges. A lot of those liberal art colleges are very, very old.
Well, most of them started as clergy schools. They started as seminaries, or like a school for clergy.
Yeah, and then I'm forgetting the order exactly, but then at some point there were the land grant colleges, which is what you're talking about, or right after the Civil War, I think it was. And then there were more like the Mayo Clinic. What's the university that the Mayo Clinic comes as part of? I think it's in Maryland. That like research university that comes out of Germany, where they had this research. But anyway, back in the beginning, they wanted. Let me just search Thomas Jefferson. So anyway, the point is Trump was talking while I'm searching. Trump was talking about taking these endowments and creating a kind of a national university, which is so interesting.
Well, I think that the model that is the university model broken in America. I don't know if it's broken, but it definitely needs some repair or some retrofitting or whatever. But the new university that Niall Ferguson is tied to.
Oh, the one in Austin.
Yeah, this concept that he has, where it's small classes, it's about everyone's, they're not seated, they're not seated in an auditorium, but they're seated in a small room, and it's more like a seminar of like maybe 20 people, and you have the professor, and there's readings, and people discuss about what they read, and there's lots of dialogue. So it's about, reading, writing, and communicating thoughts in a very small class setting. And I'll tell you, that model that what they're doing, I think if you could scale it up, I think that's a better teaching model than some of these other universities.
Oh yeah, I'm in classes where basically, your typical college class is, the teacher stands up front and just lectures, and the students take notes and sort of regurgitate or whatever, and exams and whatnot,
right.
Or maybe do some research and write papers. That's
Right.
But I've been in a bunch of classes which are more honors level classes where it's seminar, Socratic style. And basically what you do is what they have you do is, they give you a lot of reading before each class. And then you come in and the teacher's not teaching. It's really discussion of the readings. And the teacher jumps in just to, add something in or help move the conversation along or whatever. These are amazing classes, at least the ones that I've taken, because it's all smart students. And they're not interested just in getting the paper that says that they graduated the school, and just, but they're actually interested in the learning. And it's just a breath of fresh air. It's just amazing. It's like nothing else, small classes. So, okay,
And normally you see that at the graduate level. You have these what we call seminar classes. So these at the graduate level, you'd have, because the graduate students, there's not as many versus, let's say, the undergrad going into a certain discipline. I mean, so in an undergrad, some of these disciplines you have hundreds of students, right? So it's always seminar based, or it's always lecture based instead of seminar based. So when you get into grad school, then it's funneled, where you may only have a core group of 40 people.
Yeah, all these classes, I've talked to, and basically what it is they need them to be small so that you can have
enough time to talk, right?
Yeah.
Over at Harvard, we had a seminar dealing with biotech, like biotechnologies, and the max that you could have in that room was 19, plus the professor. That was because you wouldn't have enough time to talk. Because you go around the room and discuss it, what you read, and the pluses and minuses. It's the teacher would lecture maybe 20 minutes out of a 3-hour lecture, 3-hour time allotment, and the rest of it was students driving the discussion.
How did you find those classes?
I think it was good, but the thing is that over the one that we took, when we made our exams, we were put into groups of 4, or 4 or 5, because there was only 19 students. So it didn't even, there was one group that had less, but or more, less, I guess. But the thing is that you make a test for one group. So your group of 4 is compiling a test for another group, and you give it to the teacher, and the teacher randomly issues it. So you don't know which group's going to get it. And some groups try to create the problem set so hard, and it's not like take home type test. It was like, all right, you have 3 hours to do it. You could reference digital material. All right, you could reference the internet or whatever. But the thing is you couldn't, because you had to try to understand what the problem was, looking at the graphs or the data that was provided for the problem set, and then come to like, what does this mean? But it was rapid fire, so you didn't have time to look up stuff. So yes, the internet was open for you. All the information, was available to you on your laptop. But the thing is you just didn't have any time to look at it. So it was all rapid fire to try to, and it was essay. It wasn't like, this, so you had to write out by hand, this is the interpretation of what is going on here. So it was difficult. It was challenging. So I would say that I like that format. I like the seminar format, but extremely stressful during the examinations. Extremely stressful. Because what happened was that it wasn't absolute grade. It was the way it was. If you perform better than your group, you would get the A. And based on your score, everything would be relative to that. So let's say there was 100 points, and the highest score was 75, everything would be divided by 75. The other students, the other 3 students. So you're competing with your group. But there is a benefit that if you have a smart person in your group, like gets 100, it hurts you. If you have someone that isn't, if you have a group that's not so smart, then you have a low, divisor. You have a low denominator.
Yeah.
And so, but it was stressful, and you could tell that the first test was kind of like easier because no one knew how to like make a test, right, for these groups. And then the next test, it got harder, and then the next one harder, and so you had groups that were competing with each other.
Wow.
How hard could they make the test?
Jesus.
So the stress levels went up.
Okay, well, I'll tell you in my classes what it was first of all, you had to show up. You get points for because these things they want to make sure these things depend on people being involved. Like people taking part in the conversation. So you partially, I wouldn't say a lot, but there was a small amount of the grade that went to, did you take part in the conversations? Did you ask questions that had value? Did you add to the conversation? And I don't know how strictly these things are, great. But and then every once in a while in the semester you would have papers you need to turn in, like a literature review or a research paper. So basically, like, and let's see, or we did, So I mean, I don't know if you've heard of this, but there's a university or a college in Maryland and I think in New Mexico where they do these seminars, but it's just they study the great books of the Western world. It's called St. John's College. I thought about whether I would find that enjoyable or not, but
I think seminar method. You can learn a lot. I mean, it's definitely a different style. But the seminar class that I took, it was stressful because of the examination part, and then it was divided into sections. So like throughout the semester, we'd cover a certain section, like CRISPR or genetic engineering or whatever. And so for each section, you had to do a project. And then, if I remember right, I thought we also had a paper that we had to write too. but the stress, that wasn't that stressful. There was a lot of content to read and to absorb, right? But those exams for each section, they were stressful to do. I mean, your heart's pumping when you're writing, and it was like pencils down, and it was like done. It was like, and the professor was, was very forceful on that. And so, you're competing with your group. Groups are competing with each other by making the test harder. And, I just like, I thought I was going to have a heart attack. I don't like those kinds of situations where it's like, because you're going in, you can't study for it. You're going into a situation, you know the section, you read, this was at Harvard. So this is grad school. So you know the subject based on the readings that you've done, but there's nothing to reference to study for the test, and you're busy making the test for another group.
It's like special forces and
so you're learning. When you're like creating a test, this kind of form of a test, you're learning the subject. All right? But the problem is you don't know what you're going to be getting from another group. It could be anything. It could be so you can't study for it. So bam, they slap the 5-page exam right in front of you. Your group gets it, and the clock starts, and you're just you're reading. You're trying to understand what the problem is. You're trying to understand what the graphs and the data that's presented for each problem, and then you have to summarize like what's the conclusion. And it's all rapid, and it's like you can't study for it. And so that's why it's like super stressful. And then when you hand it in, you're like going, did I interpret that right? Did I flip the data in my mind wrong? Or, and it's like, but what it does is it trains you to read. What it does train you to do is to take a look at research papers and rapidly dissect what the core. I mean, when I read a research paper, I'm not reading all the text. I'm going right to the data. And when I'm looking at, so I look at the summary. You focus on the methods, and then you look at the data, and you come up with your own conclusion to see if you agree with what they're saying. And then if and then you dive into a little bit more of the details. Did they do p-value harvesting, or did they sample not enough, or maybe there was some bias in the sampling, whatever. But the thing is that it teaches you how to digest research papers fast. But the problem is that seminar was extremely stressful. I mean, I literally thought I was going to have a heart attack every time I took an exam.
You've done masters and Ph.D. I wonder when somebody like defends their dissertation, is it this kind of thing, or is this was even?
Well, I think it was easier to defend a dissertation because the subject matter.
Right.
You have to create there's these, when you're defending, you've spent years developing your dissertation.
Yeah.
So that like in and out.
Inside, yeah.
There may be a professor that you're presenting to that is nitpicking something, right? But the overall content, you pretty much know. You've read so much about, in your lit review. You've done the research, right? You've looked at the data. You have a certain conclusion. You've talked to your professors about what this all means and all this stuff. You spent the time typing it all out, and by the time you get there, it's defending it is stressful. It is stressful. But nowhere near as stressful of going into an exam where you totally can't prepare for it. I mean, the subject. In those seminars, you know the subject, but you don't know what kind of question you're getting.
That's
so,
crazy.
Let's just imagine, okay, let's say stem cell research. Just picking that as a topic. Stem cell research with hemopoietic stem cells. So stem cells that are tied to blood cells, right? So, all right, and you've read the course content, the required and the recommended readings for that section. You have, and you're going in for an exam. You have no idea what the exam is going to be. You know it's going to be about hemopoietic stem cells. How do you study for that? That's the problem. And what it is it's all about here's the experiment, here's the data, what's the conclusion? Next question. Here's the experiment, here's the data, what's the next conclusion? And it's rapid fire. And you're competing with your own group. And groups are competing with each other because each group made the test.
Did you like the professor in general?
Oh yeah, no. The professor's great, and it was, but it was stressful. It was designed for that because because what it did is it trained the students to be able to take research of their discipline and be able to dissect published papers very quickly. I mean, like, very quickly. And that was part of the reason why I was able to do what I did in 2020. Wow, so I mean, they trained us to do that. To be able to take 100 papers, you could take 100 papers and dissect it and do it and understand and create a map of it very quickly. You don't you don't have the time to read every single word, but you can have the main features of each of these papers, and not only that, being able to code a map, to be able to see correlations between the research. You can code, like on Excel, you can code, not literally program code, this is a term in research, but you can create associations between different datas, right? To come up with new information, almost like a meta-analysis. You can do a meta-analysis very quickly, but they train you to do that in Ph.D. programs and stuff. But in graduate school level. But you would never see that in undergrad. Undergrad, it's like you would never see that in undergrad. This is more like Ph.D. grad level.
Was this a master's level class or a PhD?
The seminar that I'm talking about over at Harvard was the master's. But being able to do the mapping, that's part of the lit review process when you do a thesis or a dissertation. You can't do a lit review unless you do a mapping. You obviously are reading the content, right? But you have to understand what's the key points of each of the papers that you're referencing that builds up for your thesis or your dissertation. You got to build up a map.
Yeah, like a map of like A builds on A.
Yeah. So what I did was that first I stated who did the what was the subject, who were the main authors, what year was it, what's the title, what's the summary of the research that's important, that's tied to whatever I was writing. And then once I built up a huge list, then I color coded it. You color code it, and then by color coding it, you could say this ties into this concept. Another code ties to another concept.
Did you do this through a spreadsheet?
Yeah, I used it on Excel. I built it on Excel. There's special programs that can help you with it too, but I didn't want to buy it, so I just did it in Excel. So it's all about because Excel you can filter down, right? With the filter, you can filter down, you can search for keywords, and you can color code. And that gives you everything you need for coding research.
Yeah,
to build up a metadata for meta-analysis of the lit review.
Yeah. And Paul, I just found the information I was looking for. Okay, so during the Constitutional Convention, let's see. Okay, even before the Constitutional Convention, American leaders had tossed around the idea of a national university based in Washington, D.C. Supported by George Washington, they wanted...
Hey, let me So they're at the cathedral, the National Cathedral in Washington, and Trump looks so tired from all the balls. You know,
He was
from last
falling
night.
asleep
He
last
looks
night.
like he's about to fall asleep.
He was falling asleep during a speech at the. I didn't realize there's more stuff going on today. I was like, I thought we got a reprieve. I got to check this out. I guess they're like, you know, praying because he's been anointed by God and now he needs to give thanks, you know.
Do you think Trump and Melania sleep in the same bed?
It's funny because, you know, Trump has been around the block, you know what I mean? And, you know, I'm saying that obliquely or whatever you want to call it.
Well, I mean, Melania is probably the best looking first lady ever for the United States.
And how great was she dressed in I really liked her outfit, you know, with the hat.
The interpretation I got out of that was the gangster. Yeah. She was like given a gangster kind of aura to her. You couldn't see her eyes at all. You notice that? The way that the hat was tipped, you couldn't see her eyes.
Yes.
Just like a gangster.
I thought that was on purpose too.
Yeah.
I think there were some people that she didn't really want to talk to or look at.
I think it was gangster. It was totally gangster.
Well, here's the thing. During the Capital One Arena, I don't know if you saw this, but Trump called out Barron, his son Barron.
Yeah.
And Barron was pretty funny. He put the whole arena was, you know, making a lot of noise for Barron, you know, because they like Barron. I wonder whether Barron will become a president or something like that.
Well, here's the problem. Here's the problem with this.
Yeah.
You know, here's my take on it.
Yeah.
That we have too many people that have a tendency to say, "Wow, they're tall," or "They're good looking," or "They have a lot of charisma. They're going to be president." The same thing happened with RFK Jr. or not RFK Jr. JFK Jr. JFK Jr. Everyone thought that JFK Jr. was going to be president. Now, maybe he could have been. But the thing is, maybe he didn't want to be. Maybe Barron doesn't want to be. And maybe Barron ends up being a scientist and he doesn't want anything to do with politics.
Yeah, that's
you just
fair.
don't, right? So people have a tendency to kind of like try to find a savior all the time. And the thing is that I don't really want a aristocracy and you know, I don't want presidential families.
Yes, I agree with you.
You know, so that was the problem with the Bushes. And that's going to be the problem with the Trumps if that happens. And it's too easy for people to gravitate to a savior.
Yeah. But I was just say one funny thing about Barron yesterday was as the giant arena he stood up, you know, for the clapping for him. He put his hand by his ear and saying, like, you know how like it's like, you know, you want somebody to do it louder.
Right.
So the whole place is making noise for him, and then he put his hand by his ear. I think he's like a troll, you know, one of these Gen Z.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
Now the question is, you know, will he continue to have a? What is amazing with the Trump family is that you don't. I don't know of any of them that have like flamed out, you know, in terms of you know they're just well bred, you know, they're well behaved. They had, you know, they you know, they don't have tattoos all over themselves, and they you know
no alcohol.
Right. I mean, so there is class. You see they're classy people.
Class.
Yeah,
Very classy.
Right. So because of that, you know, will Barron be able to maintain that, you know, as he goes through college? I don't know. Maybe not.
Yeah.
You know, he is of a different generation. Now, I have a feeling he's going to be more like Ivanka.
Yeah.
You know, and, you know, there's going to be that perpetual classiness about them.
Yeah.
But Barron might not want politics. Barron might find that, you know, politics is not what he wants. Maybe, you know, and who knows what happens with the whole fortune of the Trump family when Donald Trump dies, you know, who takes over the empire?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, is it, you know, I'm not a big fan of Eric Gore Jr., you know, I'm not, you know, but I would say that if you look at the rest of the children, Barron and Ivanka, there's something, you feel something a little bit different, a little bit more special about it.
Ivanka's very classy.
She was dressed really well. And I'll tell you,
Yeah.
this whole idea of bringing hats back for females to a setting like that is
Her little hat, that was great.
Is appropriate. And, Americans have gotten to the point where there's the slobification of America. And Fetterman, he walked into the inauguration with a hoodie and in shorts. So this is the other extreme where, that was totally inappropriate.
Well, and he says it's because it costs a lot of money for
The guy is a multimillionaire.
Yeah.
The guy is a multimillionaire. What do you mean it costs a lot of money? He can easily get a suit at Macy's.
Yeah, he's saying even if it was custom made, he's saying somebody, I'm sure there's a millionaire out there, a billionaire who'd say, hey dude, I'll freaking buy you a custom made suit. How much could it cost anyway?
I mean, the guy is not hurting for money. He comes from a wealthy family.
He comes from a wealthy family.
Yeah, so I mean, that's BS. It's just excuse to just be a slob. But I just, I'll tell you, it'd be nice if women dressed more like how Ivanka dressed.
Yeah, the gown Ivanka was wearing during the pre-inauguration dinner, so the night before the inauguration, was that was made by Oscar de la Renta, and then I think, and I forgot which dress or whatever it was that Melania was wearing. That was, I think, also, and the reason I know that was also made by Oscar de la Renta. The reason I know this is Oscar de la Renta put it on their Twitter account. But people were saying that, actually, I think during the first inauguration, she had a light blue, Melania had a light blue, beautiful, kind of dress or thing on. And I think that was made by Ralph Lauren, which is Ralph Lauren is classic, But, okay, there's more, so I found a little bit more about this National University thing. They discussed it when James Madison was president, but they also discussed it, the idea of a national university was discussed by Benjamin Rush and other delegates at the Constitutional Convention. So anyway, what Trump was saying was if he kind of grabs some of this endowment money, he'll use it to create a national university that is all online and it's free classes, which that would be cool. Like if it was accredited free classes where people can get,
Here's the, how does that, does that hurt the state schools? I mean, it probably would.
Yeah, it would, yeah.
Right, so then you have, not only do you have the small liberal arts schools closing, then you've got these big state schools closing. And that, you gotta be really, I'm not really sure, but I think that he's trying to solve a problem. There's and the two problems that he's solving is that accessibility, because of a working student body now, because there's a lot of people that have to work while they go to school.
That's true.
So, solving that problem, and then affordability. School's way too expensive now, dude. I mean, back in the day when I, was going to college, I mean, that was in the 90s, and it was a lot cheaper then than it is now. And I'll tell you, I don't understand. I mean, these kids are coming out of school with a lot of debt.
Even state schools.
Yeah, no. I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, they're coming out with a lot of debt, and so affordability and accessibility is two major problems for the student body, especially a working adult. And so I don't know what the real solution is. You have to somehow, some way, put a brake on the escalating rise of tuition. Now, there is a correlation with government-backed loans. Tuition has gone up. So it may be the solution is stop the government-backed loans. The student body for the first couple of years really drops for these universities, and it forces the universities to restructure and lower the tuition. But it would take about a 2-year trek for that to happen.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and on another note, did you see that they removed General Milley's portrait from the Pentagon as soon as they came in yesterday?
Well, they should. They should court-martial him.
But it's funny. But it's funny because the guy is such a pompous ass, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And
he felt that he knew better,
yeah.
and not only that he was in a position to circumvent the commander-in-chief. What he did with communicating with the Chinese, and near the end of the first term, exactly. That should have been automatic dismissal, court-martial, military tribunal kind of stuff.
And I mean, the nice thing would be is if they literally don't put that damn portrait back up for the next 4 years, and just I mean, he's so pompous that, like, he's the type that would really want the portrait, you know, so it's like, just disgusting. But, all right, let's just run through some of the other stuff anyway, that's what I'm thinking, just running through some of the other stuff. So what else has been cool? I thought it was good that those tech executives were there, even though at the swearing in, even though that some of them were, you know, that they silenced conservatives and stuff. But I think for what Trump wants to do, I think that it was good, because if we're going to really fight China, we need all the power we can get. We need all the help, all the tech we can get, you know, and so we need kind of a unified tech front, you know, to deal with any challenges America will face, but specifically China.
Well, I think aligning with with companies, U.S. companies that are in the tech realm, helps in a lot of ways. You know, from international affairs with military operations to, you know, just driving more jobs in the United States. Yeah. Now, the problem that I have is just that a lot of these tech bros, you know, they were playing the Biden administration fence, you know, and they were suppressing speech, free speech, and freedom of reach with these social platforms. And then all of a sudden, tides turn, and now they find that the wind blows differently, and now they're jumping the fence and try to be aligned with Trump. And I just find that they're fair weather friends. I don't trust them. I don't trust the tech bros.
Same here. I don't trust them at all. Those are all important, good points. So, okay, now, you know what? It was nice seeing Javier Milei. What are your thoughts of
Javier Milei?
The president of Argentina.
Oh.
I like this guy.
Every time I see a picture of him, it reminds me of Texas Chainsaw Massacre. You know what I'm talking about, right? So back in the 70s, there was a famous horror film that came out. It was the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. And then there was, you know, remakes of it, and then other versions. And it was supposed to be done as a comedy, but it was like a horror comedy. But my take on him, I mean, the whole idea of pushing back on these ultra liberal policies and over indebtedness of a country, and, you know, social programs that make the society less productive, pushing back on that, I think, is a good thing. But I didn't take much out of it. I mean, I don't really follow him too much. But every time I see him, I think of Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Well, he's very entertaining, because he's a very entertaining guy. Because I think he sings in a band or something, or
Does he really?
I think he used to be a soccer player too, like professional or something. And so it's really interesting, because he got his Ph.D. in like economics. He's a super like libertarian, like Mises and those guys.
Right.
But I think he's trying to bring down like the the inflation and whatnot. Apparently he's doing well in Argentina. It's pretty cool. But he visited Schneerson's cemetery in Queens.
Yeah.
And then he visited a Chabad rabbi in, I guess, Crown Heights or something. But anyway, okay, back to this other stuff. So, but I heard from people that were, whatever, on YouTube or whatever, they were saying that the security in DC was really tight. Going back to the security thing about whether there was an issue with security.
Well, there was definitely I mean, if you were watching the news just 24 to 48 hours before the inauguration, there was all these protests that were going on.
Oh, it was a pretty big protest, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, but I never felt that he was in danger. I never felt that he was in danger during the inauguration at all. The danger is not with the president. The danger is within the society with this like Tet offensive that could take place. This 9/11 Tet offensive type thing.
Oh, do you mean like that the people, just because there were so many people in the area, that they could do an attack on just a group of, say, Trump supporters, and then, that would dampen the whole situation, even if Trump was safe?
Well, I mean, I never thought that there was going to be an attack during the inauguration.
Interesting.
I think the worry is sometime this year that there'd be a 9/11 kind of event. But I never thought it would be at it's too obvious for that to happen. It's the same thing with the Super Bowl. So Super Bowl will never be a terrorist attack. It's not going to happen.
And do you mean also it's also too hard to like attack these places because they're so
I think they're hardened. I think these are hardened targets now.
Very hard.
Because, yeah,
I mean, when Trump was asked, I think it was last night when he was doing the signings, he did that kind of banter with the journalists while he was doing the signings, which is funny. By the way, he looked tired when he was signing those.
He's looking tired at the cathedral right now. He looks exhausted. But I mean, the guy had to go to I don't know how many different balls, and and the thing is that he's done a lot in just the last 72 hours, and there's a lot of prep stuff that he had to do too.
And everybody wants to talk to him, and there's so many like even national leaders and stuff, and that are and so I bet he didn't sleep a lot the night before the inauguration. Besides all the all the events he has to go to, but it's like he's such a power horse, He was. Did you see? Okay, another thing. Did you see the families of at the Capital One Arena? The families of the hostages.
Yeah. Behind him?
I don't know if you noticed. The girl straight behind, Trump. I don't know if people noticed. That was Noah Argamani.
Wasn't that the one on the motorcycle?
Yeah. She was one that was kidnapped on the motorcycle.
Yeah. That's what I thought. I wasn't sure.
Yeah. I looked it up because I was like, as I kept watching it, I was like,
she looks like she looks different though, compared to that picture.
She's just been through so much trauma,
She looks a little bit different, but
she's gained some weight,
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's too many matzo balls. I don't know. But I just, she definitely looks a little different. But
she does.
I'm sure that she definitely has post-traumatic stress disorder. If it hasn't,
How could she not, right?
Yeah, for sure. But I never really thought that the inauguration was in danger at all. I never thought for a second.
Yeah. Let's see, were there any other interesting events or people or stuff? Well, the Capital One Arena, I mean, I wasn't really into the whole dancing thing, although some of those black kids were pretty good. Did you see the black, it was like a HBCU
No, I
school.
didn't see
There
it.
was like 300 members of the band, 300 members in Capital One Arena, and they were like, and they were doing some good dancing, but this Middle East, because one of the speakers at the Capital One Arena was the guy who's Trump's negotiator in the Middle East. I don't know. I don't think that this is a good idea about trading terrorists for. I don't think that's a good idea. Trading terrorists for hostages.
Well, not just that. It's just the disproportionate number.
Yeah.
3 for what, 90?
That was their whole point. That's why they took the hostages, was so that they would have leverage.
The thing is that the Jewish people in Israel, they need to just, accept the fact that they may not come home. You know, these hostages may not come home, period. And it's better to just get the war over with than to constantly, you know, have this, you know, this thorn of being able to conduct operations because of the hostages. And the thing is that why is this is a lot of this is coming from the liberal side of the society in Israel, and the liberal side is typically non-observant to an extreme, right?
Yeah.
And you know, and they're basically saying, get our hostages back at all costs. Well, all costs mean lose the war and to you know to do a 1 to 10 ratio for exchange of hostages. I mean,
and to encourage more in the future, more of these attacks in the future.
Just you know, I don't know. I think the Jewish people and the world at large need to really start putting a magnifying glass on the liberal side of the Israeli people. I think there's a big problem there, a big problem. Everyone's saying it's all the Orthodox that's the problem. It's not the Orthodox that's the problem. It's the liberals that are the problem.
The Orthodox, they all voted for Trump. Like the Hasidic community, the ultra-Orthodox, I think there was one precinct that was like 90-something% for Trump.
Well, you know, think about it. You know, most of the opinionated, you know, New York Times readers, they are little old Jewish ladies that are drinking tea. They're in the Upper East Side, and they're all super liberal, that have, you know, fancy glasses.
Totally.
You know, and it's just, you know, and they're even during events that I'm at, you know, and they, you know, and some of these people have some money, and you know, they have a tendency to just interrupt people because they feel as though they can interrupt anyone that they'll just go up to a table, or they'll go up, you know, or they're listening to someone speak, and then just as the person's speaking, they just interrupt them. You know, it's just, there's a lack of, you know, lack of consideration there. There's a serious problem with the ultra liberal Jew, not just in New York, in Israel. It's a big problem, and so you have these big protests that are going on in Israel saying bring the hostages back, and yeah, you know, in a perfect world that would be great, but the reality of the situation, it's not so easy. And you know, and you know, preventing operations to take place because of this hostage situation, I think it's better to just get the job done. And you know, in many cases, many of these people aren't going to be coming home alive, but you're getting the job done.
Yeah.
By not getting the job done, it's only going to have more collateral damage, more hostages later down the road. And more expensive, more damage.
Yep. I'm just looking through C-SPAN.
It's like when I go to shul and the rabbi, you know, does a special prayer near the end, you know, for the soldiers and for Israel, you know, to get the hostages back and all this.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of times when they, you know, these rabbis bring up this kind of thing near the end of services, you got to be very careful on what you pray for.
Yeah.
You know, the way you phrase it, because you may get exactly what you pray for. You know? You get the hostages back. Well, does that mean losing the war? Because isn't that the whole point? The whole point is to win the war.
Yeah.
I'd rather lose all the hostages and win the war than lose the war and get the hostages.
I couldn't agree. I agree with you. I couldn't agree more. Do you? Okay, I'm just making sure we covered everything here. The hearings that I'm looking forward to, the nominations that I'm looking forward to is Kash Patel and Bobby Kennedy.
Have you noticed on Pence trying to push against RFK Jr.?
So yes.
I mean, why? Why? I mean, what?
I'll tell you, I think he's a fake conservative. I'm going to tell you, I went to an event. It was like a TPUSA event. And there was a state senator and a state representative. They gave a speech, and I think I've talked about this a little before, but they gave a speech in front of a couple hundred people in a room. And it was like a side speech. So in other words, you have the main hall and then you have like breakout rooms. So it was a breakout room thing. And they were like, so you have this Freedom Caucus in the U.S. House of Representatives, and they're very conservative, which sounds very good. Well, so apparently they started creating these Freedom Caucuses in state houses around the United States. So these two guys were up there and they were trying to rah-rah the crowd, trying to get them to sort of help support these Freedom Caucuses and that sort of thing. Well, I went up to these two guys. Now, when they talked, they sounded like, because they were bad-mouthing all politicians, but themselves. Well, then I went to them afterwards, I talked and I offered them sort of an idea. I was talking to them about an idea, and all of a sudden the politician came out and they were like, you know, they were such typical politicians. And I was like, okay, they were fake. So when they were up there, they were fake. So what I realized is there's like Conservative Inc., corporate conservative, and there's also Conservative Freedom Caucus. There's conservative, so Pence is, I mean, there's a corporate Freedom Caucus, corporate, you know, conservative.
So
Pence is corporate.
But with Pence, why is he aligning himself with Big Pharma? Do you think that he's getting lobby money from Big Pharma, and that's why he's going against RFK Jr.?
Maybe, but did you see the reason why he said to go against RFK? He said because he's not pro-life, and I just think it's all lies. It's like I mentioned, like when I met Pence once in the airport, he was super rude, and so I was like, this guy is full of shit. He's a climber.
I never liked Pence. I just.
Me neither.
I don't know.
Even and you know Trump is always complimenting these people, and I'm like, I wonder whether Trump really means it or he's just saying it to like getting people to do the right thing, you know? Because I'm like, a lot of these people he's complimenting I'm really skeptical of them. They don't seem like good people, you know?
Well, he's definitely swimming with sharks, and that whole political arena. It's pretty big. I mean, I remember just visiting DC years ago. I mean, this was like maybe 2010, maybe 2011, and I remember being at the train station or the bus station. It's Union. It's that Union station there.
Yeah.
And you get onto the subway, right, for DC, and you look at the commercials. It's not like mascara commercials or you know DoorDash like commercials. It's all right. It's all like defense stuff. That's like billions of dollars.
You wonder what are they really? I was wondering the same thing. Like, why do they advertise?
I mean, my gut feeling is that they advertise because the people that are flowing in, they're like going, okay, this is a company to invest in. It's more like investor relations.
No, but you know what I heard? What it actually is now I don't know if this applies to those subway commercials too, but I heard the reason why like the drug companies advertise on the news is not to get people to get those drugs. It's basically so that those news stations don't air news stories against the drug companies.
That could be. I could see that.
And so I was wondering the same thing. Literally, those stations in DC, they're full of Raytheon and all those commercials.
What I remember seeing was a lot of Halliburton and Lockheed.
Yeah, exactly. But I wonder, like, if those spaces might also be owned by, you know, like those advertising spaces, even though they're in a public space, might be. It's like the bus stop. You know, I don't know if they're owned by the city or if they're owned by or if they have some kind of contract with an advertising agency, you know? I don't know.
I mean, when you're on like the MTA in New York, it's like, when you see some of the advertisements, it's like DoorDash or it's, you know, you know, get your HIV testing at this center, or you know, it's you know, but I'll tell you, when you go to DC, it is big defense, big advertising.
The reason why I want to see the RFK hearings is just because RFK is very good at fighting back, and I just want to see him fight. You know, how he defends himself.
I like RFK Jr. I really want him to be part of HHS, and I do think that his take on what's going on with the health of the country is right, and how to fix it. I think he's on the right track there.
Exactly.
But he's going up against a lot of powerful enemies.
And both on the right and the left, which is the weird part is, you'd think he comes from the left, so maybe those leftist senators would vote for him. But I don't think they like that he's against the corporate left, you know?
Right.
Just,
But the problem that I have with RFK Jr. is that even though what he is saying I agree with, because of his throat issue, his vocal box issue, you know, people tune out.
It diminishes him,
Yeah, so and that was, I think, the main reason why I don't think he could have been president.
Wow. You know, the funny thing is, I think Scott Adams, I don't know if you've ever watched him on whatever, but he, you know, the creator of Dilbert Comics, so he does these daily kind of YouTube X space videos, whatever it is, on Rumble as well. I don't know. And so he apparently says that he had that issue and he had a surgery to fix it. So I guess he's saying that RFK could have the surgery to, you know.
My understanding was he did have the surgery, so it was worse.
Oh, Jesus.
So, but I could be wrong on that. But I thought he did have the surgery.
No, that's possible. Yeah, that's possible.
But you know, it just, I would love to see him, you know, elevate to controlling HHS. I think that would be a great thing.
Yeah.
I think that would be a home run. I think that's way more important than Rubio.
I don't like Rubio at all.
I'm surprised that Trump picked him, because during that first go around, you know, it was little Rubio.
It was little Rubio.
So why elevate little Rubio to,
I know.
you know?
I know. But it's funny, Trump is also getting along with Ron DeSantis. It's like they had this meeting with the governors, Trump did, at Mar-a-Lago, the Republican governors. And, you know, some of the media were going after Trump, and Ron was the biggest defender of Trump, you know, and I just...
Well, I trust Rubio more than I trust DeSantis.
Yeah.
Rubio?
The problem that I have with Rubio is there's so many sort of deep state programs in the State Department, and I don't know that he's going to remove them.
You just look at the overall trajectory of DeSantis.
Yeah.
His resume looks like it was well polished from the agency. I mean, it just he coming from Yale, you know, veteran, JAG officer. You know, he's so well polished. I mean, he reminds me of a Bush.
The boots.
That too, but he reminds me.
I'm saying the boots is in like it's staged. In other words, the point is there's some sort of staging going on.
Well, maybe.
But by staging meaning is they're trying to make a picture. He's trying to present a view of him.
Yeah, I mean he used to teach, right? He used to teach at a private school.
Oh, I didn't know.
And so he was always bragging that he was a baseball player at Yale, and he came from an Ivy League education and all this. So he really thinks high of himself. And so so I don't trust him. DeSantis I've never trusted. I'm not a big fan of Rubio, but I mean I guess that Trump could have picked worse for the Secretary of State, like Hillary Clinton or something. But either one of them I'm not a big fan of, but I trust Rubio more than I trust DeSantis.
I think Rubio is well, Well, by the way, with the boots I'm talking about, that he had these like high heels in the boots.
Yeah, because he was trying to look taller than Telsey, or not Telsey. What was her name? Nikki Haley.
Oh my God.
Because Nikki was
That's so
was in high heels and she towered over him.
Oh my God, I didn't realize that.
Yeah. So he had to put the boots on that who's that actor in New York that does this?
Is it Tom Cruise?
No. One that did Taxi.
Not sure.
The movie Taxi, or the show Taxi. It's Robert De Niro.
Robert De Niro. Oh, is he the guy that hates Trump?
Mm-hmm.
There was a recent video, maybe a couple weeks ago, or something, and there were like MAGA people chasing him down the street, insulting him, and he was really getting insulted. He was, surrounded.
Well, he insulted in front of the courthouse when Trump was, when Trump was going through the whole porn star payment thing. He was demonizing Trump supporters and Trump. And you know what? Now it's time for retribution.
Well, that's what I heard. I heard that a lot of these like actors are very they care a lot about how they're presented, and so a guy like him, when there's a ton of cameras following him and like MAGA's making, just making fun of him, it looks bad in front of the cameras, so he has to like fight back,
Well, there is what is interesting. I know a little bit of a backstory on this. Some of the funding that's going on in Hollywood is being cut since Trump won, because they're afraid that the movies would fail in the box office because these actors or the directors, right, or the producers are anti-Trump. So they put a hiatus on some of these projects, and some of these projects are coming right from George Clooney. I know someone that knows George Clooney personally, and George Clooney cannot finance the project.
Wow. So
because of Trump, because of his hatred for George Trump, and the reason why he can't fund it is because they're afraid that the ones that would be funding the project, they would lose their money because it's going to flop at the box office.
Wow.
Because he's so vocal against Trump.
Wow. So what you're saying is like maybe the reason why a lot of these actors came out against Trump was just the money thing, was that they're worried that like their pocket will be hurt if Trump became president.
They made their bed, and now they have to sleep in it. That's and they demonized him so much during the first term, and then they really went hog wild on it, trying to prevent him from winning the second term. That now they lost, and now and so think about it. They're not going to be able to fund a project for 4 years.
Wow, that's a long time.
And when you're talking about music or even film, if you're out of the spotlight for that long, you lose your notoriety.
That's a big loss. That's big.
Yeah. So people are, they're pulling back on some of these, more radioactive actors and directors. And George Clooney is one of them.
Yeah, he's a big anti-Trumper. And it was interesting because Trump made Sylvester Stallone, he made 3 people his like ambassadors to Hollywood. And one of them, it was funny because he said he didn't know that he knew he was made ambassador when the announcement came out.
Right. So what's going to happen is people that are tied to Sylvester Stallone and Mel Gibson, those are the ones that are going to get the funding.
And John Voight, yeah.
So those are the ones.
Oh wow.
So it's just, so if you have a project that's tied to them somehow, either because they're a producer or a director or an actor in it or whatever, or a friend of, they're going to get the funding. Because that's going to be something that will do better at the box office versus a Trump hater.
Yeah. Well, I think besides, any of the pitfalls that might come our way, i.e. terrorist attacks and other things like that. Just watching Trump and his whole 4 years is going to be nonstop executive orders. It's going to be nonstop stuff is going to be happening where I should be writing about it on Substack, and there's going to be stuff to talk about on these spaces.
The near term, a lot of the talk is going to be about immigration and economics. What's his policies going to be with taxes and tariffs and energy, and then the other is the deportation.
I looked through, by the way, when I posted on my Substack, like every appointee that Trump made, I read through their bios that Trump had put down, because to get a feel for like the type of people Trump was putting in and like what his priorities were. And it's what you're saying. It's exactly what you're saying. You could feel his priorities. It's what you said, and it's also what he said. So it's the type of people he's putting in are people that are going to be good for the economy, energy, which I'll include energy in that, and then like you said, the border, the immigration.
And I suspect that places like New York are going to be, on the front page dealing with this whole immigration issue.
Well, I was happy to see, apparently there was a lady crying. There were people crying at the border because they couldn't get through they had this appointment for the One app, which is this they have this app on the phone where they have appointments for to get through the border. Well, when 1201 hit, apparently the way it works is they have, while Trump is doing his speeches, he already has a group of people that go straight to the White House and are even already there. Some of them, like national security types, are already there in the Situation Room before 12:01 p.m., just so that they have continuity of government. Mm-hmm. And so what's interesting is that they already were doing things while Trump is busy with other things. So they shut down this One app, and so these people are crying at the border because they can't get through. And then there was a video of they shut down the border crossing, and they had police officers or border whatever with shields and stuff and stop it. Yeah.
Is it true that Bolton lost his security clearance?
That's what I read. Yeah, I read it was the 51 guys who signed that letter. The 51 former national security people. Right. And what's good about that is there's some important people that were on that list, but some of those people were so bad about Trump. When you take away a clearance, that's the currency, is my understanding, that's the currency that those guys move in. Mm-hmm. Because when they go in and go work for let's just say Raytheon or Ep84 or whatever, they're giving them the insights through what they know. And
I think Trump has made a statement on this during the elections, during the campaign. Mm. I don't understand why these people, when they leave, they should not they should not be carrying their special security clearance. And not only that, we got to stop doing this whole revolving door issue where they're an employee and then the next day they're part of a contractor. They come in to the government.
Yeah, and
because there was this one guy from the CIA that has a podcast, and he was saying that what's happening is that they'll leave the agency and then come in as a contractor, and they make more money doing it.
Oh yeah, apparently.
And since they have the security clearance, they can easily go through the door.
I think what they should do, I think the reason why
they should just pull them, pull the security clearance once they leave. Period.
Yeah.
Why does Bolton and Brenner and all them, they're not working for the government? Why do they have their security clearance?
Well, the people I'm happiest to see the security clearance pulled is Brennan, Clapper, Panetta. Well, Panetta maybe not as much, but it was the three idiots who were constantly fighting Trump the whole time. It was Brennan, Clapper, and Hayden. Three disgusting people, you know.
And it was Hayden, wasn't it Hayden the one that lied to Congress about NSA?
Let me think. I'm trying to think. I always get mixed up between Clapper and Hayden. I know that they were, either clap or hate it. It was one of those two,
Yeah, so I
Just
just,
disgusting people.
yeah, I just, I don't understand why they have to have their security clearance. They're no longer part of there's no reason for it. It's because they want to be consultants. That's why.
Yeah.
Well,
and that security clearance is very, very valuable. Not only financially, like it costs the government like say $50,000 just to clear somebody, but also not just a financial thing, but
but when they get the security clearance, don't they have to go like through a reissue of the security clearance per year?
Every 5 years.
Every 5. Okay, so all right, so you get a security. Let's say you're working for the CIA. You get a security. You get the security clearance. You're working, for 10, 20 years at the CIA.
Yeah.
You leave. You retire. You still have your security clearance.
Correct.
All right. You could work for a foreign agent. All right. Under the table, and you don't have to devolve it. They don't catch you until 5 years later.
No. I think you're still under obligations. So I know they have a few obligations. One is you're still under all the requirements of they have them sign these NDAs, and so they're still under all those NDAs. I think for life, or at least until it's whatever stuff they have it. So every time they're read into a program, they there's some aspect of classified information that they given access to. I think they sign a new non-disclosure agreement, and and then they get read in and stuff. Now, but by the way, there's different.
But you don't know. All right, so they do the NDA.
Yeah.
But you don't know if they're really on the take.
Oh, I see.
Because there wasn't a background done, a new, fresh update of the clearance until 5 years later.
Well, okay, so
you're taking them at face value. You're taking it at face value. You're taking it to their word.
Right. I know, if you say you work for the CIA, if you have a certain amount of contact with a foreigner, you have to report it, and I wonder whether that requirement still exists even after you retire. And I wonder if you have to report, or even if they could stop you from traveling to certain foreign countries. Once you retire, I wonder. But yeah, it's okay. Also, on a side note, regarding the clearance stuff. So from what I understand is you have different levels of clearance. So you'll have a computer system. Maybe this is how it works. I'm not 100% sure, but you have a computer that's just secret, and then you have a separate computer next to it. Let's say you're working in a SCIF, like a secure room where the signals can't leave or come in. So you'll have one computer for secret stuff, and then you'll have a computer next to it for top secret stuff. And I think a lot of that stuff is not compartmentalized. So you can go around, you can search different topics on there. But even then, I think you might have to be careful what you search, because are you searching something out of your need to know, quote, need to know. But then above that, you have compartmentalized stuff, which is and that stuff, I think, where you get read in, where you sign an NDA, a special NDA for black projects, or for
like overthrowing a president.
Yeah. That has to be classified, yeah. Or killing a president like JFK, yeah. Anyway, but yeah. But apparently, depending on the level of clearance, that's the level of background they do on you. So to go work for the CIA, they do what's called it's they investigate. They ask you during so you can have a top secret clearance without taking a polygraph. But then if you want SCI, which is secure compartmented information, or I forgot the other one, but it's basically black projects, then there's another one too. Anyway, so that stuff you have to get, I think, a polygraph. And then they have two types of polygraphs. So the basic polygraph is where they're just seeing whether you're tied to any foreign, whether you're maybe a spy or that sort of stuff. But the other one is just to see whether you're blackmailable. So they ask you, so the highest one is they do like a personal kind of polygraph where they ask you a lot of personal questions, like what are your sexual habits? I don't know the details of these questions, but it's sort of like, what are your sexual habits? Are you gay? Have you ever like what sort of porn do you all that kind of stuff. And so anyway, that's my understanding of this security clearance stuff.
Well, I'm just glad that his security clearance was pulled because he's so anti-Trump.
That's a funny one. And somebody put a meme, I saw somebody put a meme, and it was this picture of like Bolton, with like a really angry face. It was like the meme of, it was a reply tweet to like him getting a security clearance pulled.
I personally think that the deep state is literally hiding in his mustache.
He does have some mustache there, that's for sure. All right, Paul. So let's catch up. Let's catch up again, and hopefully by then I'll have the. Oh, you know what I should do is, I should do all the research on all those executive orders, and then I'll come back next time and we can talk about any interesting ones.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
All
Anything else to cover before we close out? I just have a bunch of homework that's why I'm closing out.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Thanks for talking. Appreciate it.
No, and thanks, Paul, for always allowing me on. And it's a good way for me. I get to check my thinking.
Right.
See whether and be checked. If I've got something wrong or get different insights into what I'm thinking. And so I appreciate you allowing us to come up and do this and to have these conversations.
All right.
Thanks so much, Paul. And I'll be in touch.
All right. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
All right, so Trump just finished the national prayer service. Looked like he was pretty tired. I'm going to plug a couple products here. Again, I have mentioned about 3 pillars of the health protocol. The first pillar is structural nanosilver liquids, neutralize pathogens. The second pillar, bring down inflammation by taking turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans, which is what I'm going to be talking about right now. And then the third pillar is to take strong antioxidants like C60. So for the second pillar, to bring down inflammation and boost up your immune system, taking lignans is really important. This is a powder, little scooper, just take it once a day, mix it with soft foods or with filtered water or a smoothie, but you should be taking it every day. And this will bring down inflammation, but also it's an antioxidant to soak up free radicals. And when you bring down chronic inflammation, you're going to actually boost up your immune system. Lignans also helps with your endocrine system. Turmeric and ashwagandha are the other supplements that you should be taking for that second pillar. The turmeric brings down inflammation. It's an antioxidant, so it's going to be soaking up free radicals. And ashwagandha helps to control glucose levels and cortisol levels. When you take these together, you're going to be improving your immune system and your cardiovascular system. And again, you stack this, you take these together, but it works even better when you stack it with the lignans. So this is a great stack right here to bring down inflammation, soak up free radicals, and improve your immune system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get those products. Another great product that I have to help detoxify your body is zeolite. You can remove heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals from your body. Take zeolite by just putting 2 small drops underneath your tongue and drink filtered water. Do that every day. If you want to just detoxify your body once or twice a year, the protocol for that is to take 4 or 5 drops, small drops underneath your tongue, drink the filtered water each day until the bottle is done, and do that once or twice a year. It's better to do a maintenance throughout the year. In addition, make sure you drink filtered water and make sure that you reduce the chemicals that are in your environment, paints and cleaning agents, make them more natural in your area.
And in addition, stay away from the processed foods. There's lots of chemicals in processed foods. Now, when you take the zeolite, once it binds to the toxin and the chemicals, it takes about 6 to 8 hours to urinate out that toxin and chemical. And that's the reason why this is really powerful and it works really well to detoxify your body. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com to get the zeolite. And another great product set that I have is the structural nanosilver gel. You can get it in the dispenser form or in the tube form. Get a couple items for your household. This is a dual purpose product. It helps for skin care. It helps to heal cuts, abrasions, minor burns. You can put it on your skin at night and exfoliate in the morning, and you'll notice that your skin is healthier. In addition, it will help to neutralize pathogens. You put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your eyes, around your nose, around your ears, lightly coat your nostrils, stays active for 5.5 hours. Great during the cold season. Be prepared, stock up, go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com and get the structural nanosilver gels. All right, with that said, let's go to live now, see if let's find out what's going on here. Oh, no, let's not go to live now. Oh, here we go. Wait, let's do live now because something's going on at the Justice Department, it looks like.
November 5th, I made clear that it was my hope that he would act in ways that were in the best interest of our communities, of our residents, of our neighbors, of our friends. And I said very clearly that A, he's a duly elected president. No one makes any bones about that. And B, he's entitled to enact a policy agenda that he sees fit for the country. But at the same time, I made it equally clear that as the Attorney General of the state of New Jersey, I would stand up for the rule of law and for the rights of our residents. And when I took this job, I swore an oath to uphold the United States Constitution and the Constitution of this state. And I made a commitment to serve the people of the state of New Jersey, all 9.5 million of them. That's why today I'm announcing that New Jersey is leading a group of 18 states, the District of Columbia, and the city of San Francisco, in filing a suit to block President Trump's executive order eliminating birthright citizenship for many Americans. The executive order renders many children born on American soil without citizenship, creating for the first time a class of American-born children whose health and well-being are threatened by their own government. This is an extreme and unprecedented act, and this executive order is an assault on the rule of law. It attacks a right that is core to our nation's earliest days. It's an assault on the very text of the Constitution, a right that our nation made sure to codify in the 14th Amendment in the aftermath of the Dred Scott decision, one of the worst decisions the Supreme Court has ever issued, and following a civil war. So again, remember, the birthright citizenship clause in the 14th Amendment followed the only brief period in American history where the descendants of slaves were held, even if they were born on American soil, were held not to be American citizens. We fought a bloody civil war, and shortly thereafter enacted 157 years ago the 14th Amendment, which put what had always been the practice into the United States Constitution and deliberately took it out of the hands of presidents and elected leaders as to who would qualify for citizenship when born on American soil. But this isn't just an attack on the law. It's an attack on the very fabric of this nation, this diverse nation, a nation of immigrants. It's an attack on states like New Jersey, home to Ellis Island, in the shadow of the Statue of Liberty, that are built on the contributions of generations of immigrants. So many Americans who have poured blood, sweat, and tears into serving and defending this nation including attorneys in this office, our law enforcement officers, military service members, our educators, our firefighters, our neighbors, our friends and families are themselves immigrants or are children of immigrants. This executive order is an attack on all of them, and frankly on all of us. And I can think of nothing better that what epitomizes to uphold the Constitution and the rule of law than to defend the rights enshrined in the Constitution against this unlawful executive order. Now, we all have personal connections to immigrants. I remember very fondly going to Ellis Island as a kid and etching my grandparents' names. By the way, it was a misspelling. Plotkin was the original name. And then I stand here in Newark, where my family came, I'm sure never imagining that one day, a few generations later, I would be defending their very right to have that American experience. This is a state where my in-laws came from China. Ironically, we're going to talk about Wong Kim Ark. My father-in-law is from the same countryside of China that Wong Kim Ark.
So we're the first full day for Trump, and we already have states suing because of his executive orders. It's going to be a wild ride, trust me. All right, let's go to Bloomberg. This is a balance of power show that they do. And obviously, they're going to be talking about Trump.
On the evening news, the late edition of Balance of Power, and look at video from these raids?
Yeah, I would think you'd see something. I mean, local news organizations have been alerted. Homan kind of broadcast the punch.
Oh, they want. The local news wants to demonize Trump. They want to see Trump's administration just tearing up the fabric of illegal immigrant families and, just demonize him. The thing is, they came over here illegally. We got to solve the problem. There's a lot of crime, and they're here illegally. Kick them out. It's really simple. But you got the liberal media that's going to be demonized. Just watch. It's going to be a free-for-all. It's coming. Trust me. It's coming.
But I think you will see on the evening news tonight, and through tweets and action on the web all day long. I wouldn't be surprised if Donald Trump himself doesn't tweet that he's cleaning up these cities with the illegals that he said he was going to do all during the campaign. And again, a very popular campaign promise. A significant majority of the American voters have said they're ready for this. So he's leaning into his popularity right now, and I think this first initiative will probably do nothing to slow him down. Whether there are legal challenges that can be fomented, he'll have a month head start by the time those things kick off, and by then he'll have already made a pretty significant impact based on what we're hearing today.
Immigrants' rights advocates are already filing suit, Jeannie, against the birthright citizenship EO. That is, of course, a guarantee in the Constitution. How do you undo that with an EO, or is this going to be bound up in court for the next 4 years?
It'll absolutely be bound up in court. This, of course, is specified in one of our 3 Civil War amendments, the 14th. The language is very clear. The Supreme Court, the late 1880s, said that if you are born in this country, you are a citizen. It was a 6-2 decision, and the 2 went on very narrow grounds concerning China, in fact. So it's very hard to see right now how you can undo that by an EO. But of course, we're talking about a Supreme Court that Donald Trump has been able to shape to his will to a good extent. So it does depend on what the justices say. But these immigration actions are having real consequences already. You had people at the border who were waiting months, families, for their CBP appointment, who had those appointments canceled at 12:01. And Rick is right. The idea of deporting illegals who have committed crimes is very popular. The New York Times last week, 87%. The question is, what happens when those deportations expand beyond people who committed crimes? What happens when it expands to people who were brought here as children, infants, our friends, our neighbors, our coworkers, who are wrapped up in this, or separation of families? Donald Trump, speaking to Meet the Press not that long ago, said he knows how bad this could look. And those pictures that you're talking about that we may start to see, they can be devastating. So I don't think we know how this plays out once they get beyond people accused of crimes.
You know, Donald Trump did find the line at one point in the Oval Office last evening, Rick. He opened a drawer. Did you see this in the Resolute desk? And notice the letter that Joe Biden left for him. Let's bring it back to the Oval Office last night.
Oh, thank you, Peter. It could have been years before we got this. Wow, thank you.
Can you read that outside?
Maybe we should all read it together.
It said 47 on the envelope. That was, of course, the traditional letter left by the last guy, in this case, Joe Biden. Rick, what do you think he wrote?
I could never speculate on what would the contents of that letter be. And I was surprised actually that he didn't just read it aloud. He was on quite a roll last night with this presser in the Oval Office. I mean, as if he hadn't gotten enough press all day long with the myriad of events and celebrations that he attended. But look, I mean, I got email and text after text last night about this presser. Donald Trump, totally in control. Donald Trump dictating the terms of his presidency. Donald Trump owns the country. I mean, a lot of people saw the strength in his presser yesterday by doing these EOs and interfacing with the media. And I think that we have to always remember that there are a lot of people who were upset, you know, with the Biden administration, even many Democrats and independents. And Donald Trump is giving them the theater that they were looking for.
I can't wait to hear what Jeannie thinks was in the letter. We'll do that in an hour or two, because Rick and Jeannie stay with us. Our signature panel will be right here. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano inside the envelope. Surely he read that after the reporters left, right? Do you wish he did that publicly? I don't think that would have ended the whole tradition, right? There'd be no more letters. A lot more to follow in hour two on this day after the inauguration. Congressman Chuck Fleischmann will join us. As I mentioned, Kim Whaley will be here. We'll spend some time with Laura Davison on Bloomberg.
Okay, so since they're on commercial, I'll plug. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the omega-3. This helps with your cardiovascular health. Really important. It brings down LDL levels, increases HDL levels, and it prevents red blood cells from sticking. Really important. Take this every day. Improve your cardiovascular health. Another dual purpose product that I offer is olive leaf extract. This helps to boost up your immune system and help with your cardiovascular health. How does it work? It brings down inflammation and it helps to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. This is synergistic with omega-3. Digestive enzyme complex. Really important to reduce the load on your pancreas as you get older. This will help to break down carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids. If you work out, this will help to fuel your workout and help for your recovery. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the digestive enzyme complex. Vitamin B complex, really important. Why? You need to boost up your energy levels. By increasing your ATP levels, you're going to be able to have the energy to be able to move around. You're going to have the energy to improve your cells and your tissues. And when you have ATP, your neurons are going to fire better. You'll be able to create the neurotransmitters. ATP is really important. When you get older, you start to drop down on your ATP, and then you get older faster. So energy levels are really important. So vitamin B complex, the first few vitamins in the B complex will help to boost up the energy levels by improving your mitochondrial health. The first 4 B vitamins helps with the electron transfer chain. That helps to create the ATP that you need. In addition, B vitamins are really important for cellular metabolism. And B12 is really important to protect your neurons. When you get older, your neurons start to die. They start to weaken. You need to protect them. Take B complex and some of the other supplements that I offer, like NAD plus and ubiquinol, to protect your neurons. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the vitamin B complex. If you're not taking this right now, guess what? You're gonna need it. So go to my store and get it, so you don't have neuron degeneration. Ubiquinol. This is the best bioavailable CoQ10 that you can get, all right? Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Ubiquinol boosts up your energy levels. It's an antioxidant, so it's going to soak up free radicals, and ubiquinol will help to protect your neurons. Really important. You should be taking this, like, if you're 40 plus, you should be taking this like right now. Now, by taking ubiquinol over a long duration, what you're going to notice is your energy levels are better and your neurons are going to be better. But you also need to do some resistance training, because your muscles are connected to neurons, right? And the nerves, right? And you need to do balancing exercises. You need to do stretching. You need to do the proper supplementation, do the, a little bit of resistance, a little bit of cardiovascular, get the blood flowing. And by working out a little bit, you're also producing in an environment for your body to be in a growth phase, all right? There's these growth factors that are created at a local level within the tissues. In addition, train your mind, learn new things, talk, read, write, and you're going to be activating those neurons. And by taking ubiquinol, all right, which is the highest bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can get, you're going to be able to protect those neurons and give it the nutrients that it needs to be more robust. So by doing a little bit of training, physically and mentally, and taking the right supplementation, you're going to improve your neural health. Now, you may not want to take my advice, but I guarantee you this: you don't take my advice, when you get older, you're going to have gait issues, you're going to have memory loss, you're going to be spazzing, you're going to be shaking. You really want that? Because there's an awful lot of older people that are starting to have that now. You know why? Because some of them are genetic, but many of them are not. Some of it's environmental. You got to stay away from these chemicals that affect your nervous system, and you need to take the proper supplementation to protect your neurons. Now, take my advice or not, but I guarantee you, you don't, you're going to have problems down the road.
Lots to unpack still
Clearly.
yesterday. Some of these EOs, by the way, have already drawn court challenges, particularly birthplace citizenship. But we also have Tom Home and the Borders are telling CNN today that targeted workplace raids have begun, of course, going after undocumented workers, at least criminal offenders, and we're hoping to learn more about that for you while we're on the air today.
And we'll, of course, have the latest details. We'll also bring you a conversation live from Capitol Hill with Republican Congressman Chuck Fleischman of Tennessee. But first, we begin, as always, with a check on the markets. And Charlie Pellet has a look from New York. Hey, Charlie.
Thank you very much. And here's what's going on. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all advancing. Lots of green on the screen. Back to work Tuesday. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all advancing. Best level of the day right now on the S&P. The standout, though, the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares surging 1.7%. To put that in context, S&P right now up 0.8%. We got the S&P up 48 at 6,045. The Dow up 1%. NASDAQ up 0.7%. Again, the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares worth repeating up 1.7%. 10-year 4.58%. The 2-year 4.29%. Gold now up $32 the ounce, 27.40, up 1.2%. West Texas Intermediate crude now slumping 2.4%, 76.05 a barrel. And Bitcoin up 3.5%. Bitcoin $106,100 on Bitcoin. And again, repeating our top story, President Trump will be announcing billions of dollars in private sector investment to build AI infrastructure in the U.S. in a joint venture by OpenAI, SoftBank, and Oracle. It'll be called Stargate. This, according to CBS News. Oracle shares up now by 5.7%. For on to
Trump is really hitting it on all cylinders right now. Rubio is speaking at the State Department right now, so let's go there.
I want you to meet them. We've been able to manage them for the last 20-some years and counting, and so I said this earlier today when the Vice President swore me in. My most important job, I believe the most important job any of us will ever have, is the job we do at home. And I don't mean that both here at home domestically in our politics, but in our lives. And I'm very proud of my wife, my 4 children, and their support. My wife, Jeanette, who...
I really don't care about his kids. All right, sorry, I just don't care about your kids.
Starting right at the Capitol moments after the inaugural address in his speech to the Emancipation Hall. But then we were doing more at the Capital One Center. It looked like the finale of The Apprentice when they rebuilt the boardroom on the stage. They had the desk out there, the presidential seal, but it really came together in the Oval Office last evening. Bloomberg's Josh Wingrove had quite a time talking with Donald Trump as he was actually signing the paperwork.
Yeah, the signing ceremony turned into a press conference, actually. Here's a little taste of what went down.
We're thinking in terms of 25% on Mexico and Canada because they're allowing vast numbers of people. China charges us tariffs and we charge them very little, except for what I did. I put a lot of, it took in hundreds of billions of dollars. But until I came along, China never paid 10 cents to this country. I'm fine with legal immigration. I like it. We need it because we're gonna have a lot of companies coming in to avoid tariffs. We're the only country in the world that does this with birthright, as you know. And it's just absolutely ridiculous. NATO has to pay more money. NATO has to pay 5%. World Health ripped us off. Everybody rips off the United States. And that's it. It's not going to happen anymore.
And that was just day one. Joining us now, Bloomberg's Laura Davison, who drives our political coverage here in our Washington bureau. I don't even know where to start with you on this, so I guess we'll start broadly here. This was clearly a new tone, a new posture for the White House in the attempt to expand executive power.
Yes, I mean, really the goal that the administration went in with was shock and awe, and I think they successfully achieved that. There was a whole bevy of executive orders, ranging from everything from sort of more messaging things around, like inflation, directing departments to cut inflation. Not sure how that's going to work. To a lot of things that'll have wide-ranging impact, on the energy front, on curbing a lot of regulations there. We're already seeing some legal action in response to some of these orders, particularly on the birthright citizenship front. So there's a whole sort of day two sort of spawning, and Washington is sort of spinning to try to figure out exactly how to tackle all these bits and pieces. We also just heard that the SEC is starting a crypto task force to get a whole regulatory framework there. So everyone is moving at 100 miles an hour, and all these things are happening all at once.
Well, we thought he might be moving at 100 miles an hour when it comes to enacting tariffs as well, and it seems like maybe we're only moving at like 15 miles an hour, because clearly he talked about it yesterday. He outlined February 1st as potentially the deadline by which we could see the tariffs enacted on Mexico and Canada, but nothing sweeping announced on day one, despite it being his favorite word in the dictionary, as he reiterated yesterday.
This is, I think where you really see Trump thinking about tariffs as a negotiating tool coming into play. Instead of, imposing a big thing on day one, he's teasing them, he's keeping everyone on their toes. You see global leaders reacting, you see markets reacting, you see traders reacting, trying to figure out, okay, what's happening, and also gives them an opportunity to go to Trump and say, oh, could we offer this? Could we cut a deal? Could we do that? And that's what he wants, ultimately. He is going to impose some tariffs. We don't know what those are going to be. We don't know what that's going to look like, but he's probably not going to do everything that he talked about. So what everyone's trying to figure out right now are which are the ones he's serious about, which are the ones that he might be able to flex on, and that those Canadian tariffs, Mexican tariffs, that 25% that he talked about in the press conference last night, those are ones that he suggested he might be willing to back down on, if he gets what he wants in terms of the flow of illegal drugs and undocumented migrants.
Boy, there's a lot there. As we just said, AI, to Kaylee's point earlier, will be a big feature this afternoon. He's going to be talking about implementing this big AI infrastructure, investments into OpenAI and Oracle. How much of that has to do with the tech bros who were such a big part of the optics on Inauguration Day?
It has a lot to do with that. You see just a total 180 shift in how the tech world is embracing Trump this time around. They have gotten close to him, they are there, and Trump loves nothing more than someone who was previously critical, who has now come and sort of acts as a supplicant. So what we're going to see today is sort of what Trump has done over the past couple weeks at press conferences, you know, kind of announcing, bringing out business leaders and saying, look, because of me, because of my policies, here's the kind of business investment we're going to get. What's still not clear yet is, you know, it's sort of, this announcement will include billions of dollars of AI infrastructure from OpenAI, Oracle, some other companies. But how much of this is new money that hasn't yet been committed versus sort of a repackaging of other projects that have already been announced? As we've seen in the past, and we'll probably see in the future, business leaders sort of coming to Trump saying, oh, we're going to do this all because of you, trying to curry favor, but it's not really a new investment. It's just something that they were already going to do, and they just sort of pivot the framing of it. All right, well, we'll see how it is framed late this afternoon at the White House. Bloomberg's Laura Davison, politics editor for us. Thank you so much. And of course, before we get that massive infrastructure announcement, as they're describing it at the White House, there's some meetings that need to take place at the White House first, specifically with Republican congressional leadership. First, Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, and the Senate Majority Leader John Thune will meet with the president, and then wider Republican leadership. It's all about the legislative path forward and how exactly it is going to get done, considering what Donald Trump himself described yesterday in his remarks at Emancipation Hall as an incredibly narrow majority in the House of Representatives.
Congratulate Mike Johnson for the job that he's doing. See, we gave him
that was in the overflow room yesterday. Let me just plug some of the powders that I have. I have Boomer Boost, and Boomer Boost is a supplement that you can take daily, either in the morning or in the afternoon. You can use this as a meal. You take a big scoop of this, right? Mix it in soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, in a shake, in your food, whatever. But it has 68 nutrients in it. It helps with brain health, helps with muscle strength. It will help with your cardiovascular system. So by taking this, all right, and it'll help also with your endocrine system and your immune system, but it has a lot of nutrients in here, all right? This is a superfood, all right? And you mix it, it works even better when you mix it with the barley, all right? But this is really important to take every day, once a day. Take it in the morning or in the afternoon. I think it's better to take it in the morning. But that's my opinion. But for me, I would mix it in with soft foods like hummus or yogurt, right? But take this every day and you get a lot of the nutrients you need, and you'll lose weight, and you'll actually save money because it doesn't cost too much to get one of these compared to the daily cost of your, let's say, breakfast or your lunch. So this could save you money and also have you lose weight and get healthy. But in addition to helping with your heart and your brain health and your skeletal muscles, this can be coupled with the barley, either gladiator barley or heirloom barley. And both of these barleys will help build strength, soak up free radicals by superoxide dismutase, bring down inflammation, and help to detoxify your body, all right? The heirloom barley is a little bit more focused on the detoxification side of it, and the gladiator barley is more focused on building up strength. So if you're an athlete, either younger or older, and you want to build up more strength, take the Boomer Boost and the gladiator barley. You just use a few small scoops of the gladiator barley. It's high density protein. And these two together are going to help you build up strength. Now, if you're not a athlete, which is okay, you can take these together, right? And do some resistance training. You don't have to be, super athletic, but do some resistance training, and you're going to gain a lot of strength and muscle. This couples really well with Myotrol that I also have in my store.
But taking the gladiator barley by itself is just high density protein that's very high quality, all right? And again, that will build up strength, reduce inflammation, help you to recover quicker after your workouts, and soak up free radicals through superoxide dismutase. But by taking these two together, you've just built up a superfood, all right? You're gonna be able to control your A1C levels. So if you're pre-diabetic or diabetic, you wanna get off of your medication, or you wanna control your diabetes, this is it right here. This is it, all right? A little bit of exercise, watching what you eat, boom, you're gonna be able to control it over time. So gladiator barley with the Boomer Boost works really well, all right? Now, some people would say, well, they don't work out that often and they just want to, help to detoxify their body and take the superfood type stuff. Then the heirloom barley and the Boomer Boost. I've created a longevity boost box where you get the Boomer Boost and your choice of heirloom barley or gladiator barley, and I built it where there's a discount within the box instead of buying them separately. You can buy these separately and take them separately, but like I said, it works better when you mix them together, all right? Just some small scoops of the barley and one big scoop of the Boomer Boost. Take that once a day and boom, you got a superfood. Now, again, if you work out and you want to gain some muscle, either being young and an athlete or older and want to reverse the muscle atrophy, this is the combo you want. You're going to be able to lose weight, you're going to gain muscle, and you're going to be able to control your A1C levels. I just gave you, just what I just said, solves a big part of the health crisis in the United States. Diabetes. You can slow down the aging process and reduce the problems of cardiovascular disease by taking this stuff. I just gave you a solution. It's not spending billions and billions and billions of dollars in pharmacopoeia. It's actually literally taking a superfood with proper diet, proper exercise, proper supplementation, and you can reverse cardiovascular disease and diabetes in the United States. Now it's up to you. Do you want to pay attention or not? So go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Boomer Boost, get the Gladiator Barley or the Heirloom Barley, get healthy, use discount 5 to get an additional $5 discount. If you're going to buy them as a package, get the Longevity Boost Box, it's cheaper. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Now, if you don't pay attention, don't be surprised that you get diabetes and you're fat and you've lost muscle mass and you get cardiovascular disease when you're in your 60s, your 70s, your 80s, and you have a shitty 50-year-old life. It's up to you. Do you want to take charge of your life or not? Because I just told you what you need to do to do it. If you just follow what I just said, you will prevail. You don't listen to what I say, don't be surprised in your geriatric years, they suck. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get C60. You can get it in avocado oil, extra virgin olive oil, or MCT coconut oil. C60 is suspended in a lipid, an oil, so you can get better absorption of it. It works better if you take it on an empty stomach. If you work out, take it before your workout, and you're going to recover quicker because it's soaking up free radicals. The third pillar of my process here, of the anti-aging process, is strong antioxidants. All right, C60 is a very strong antioxidant. The other two pillars, structural nanosilvers to neutralize pathogens,
The second pillar is bring down inflammation with ashwagandha, turmeric, and lignans. And then the third pillar, strong antioxidants like C60. All right, by doing that, you're gonna have more ATP, you're gonna have more energy, you're gonna have healthier mitochondria, you're gonna have more mitochondria that are healthier in your neurons, so they fire neurotransmitters better. And when you're firing your neurotransmitters, your neurons are gonna be better. You're gonna have positive neuroplasticity. You're gonna have better memory. Your muscles will work better. You're gonna have more energy to build muscle. And you're gonna be moving around and enjoying your life better. Or you can just atrophy away and, you know, die in a corner, you know, in a rocking chair. It's up to you. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60. This is a very potent antioxidant. And it's really important to soak up free radicals. Now, if you work out regularly, it's important to soak up those free radicals because you're building up free radicals when you're working out. And that's the reason why you should be taking, if you work out and you're super healthy right now, and you're in your 20s, you better start taking antioxidants because you don't want to be aging because of your workout. You look at, let's say, Lance Armstrong right now, or any cyclist, you know, like Tour de France cyclist that's retired, they all look super old. Do you know why? Because they don't take a lot of antioxidants when they're in their 20s. Another great supplement that I have that is synergistic with C60 is resveratrol. Resveratrol is an antioxidant. It helps to get rid of cells that go into senescence. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get resveratrol. I've been taking resveratrol for decades, and it couples well with other antioxidants. You get the strong benefits of resveratrol when you stack it. Nattokinase. We were talking about how to improve your cardiovascular health. Nattokinase is fibrinolytic. You break up clots. Also, nattokinase can bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. That means improves your cholesterol. Do you want to get on a statin or do you want to take nattokinase? Trust me on this. Statins have a lot more side effects than nattokinase. Now, if you pay attention to people that are in the longevity and the anti-aging crowd, like myself, people stack with their supplements with nattokinase. And by doing that, you're improving your cardiovascular health. Now, I have a whole cardiovascular longevity box that you can get at a discount that has all the supplements you need to improve your cardiovascular health. So please go to my store and take a look at the longevity cardiovascular box if you want. Or you can just take the nattokinase separately. It's up to you. But you get better benefits when you stack. All right, with that, let me give you a market update. The S&P 500 is at 6,050. The VIX is at 1518. Euro USD is at 1.04. Oil is trading at $75.73 a barrel. WTO, which is the ETF for Bitcoin, is 25.91, and USD yen, Japanese yen, is at 155.55. All right, with that, let's jump back into what's being broadcast on Bloomberg.
Trump will be announcing billions of dollars in private sector investment to build artificial intelligence infrastructure in the U.S. in a joint venture with OpenAI, SoftBank, and Oracle to be called Stargate. This according to CBS News, citing people familiar. Right now we have got Oracle trading higher. Oracle shares up now by 6.1%. And at 4 o'clock New York time, President Trump will be holding a news conference for a
live on Bloomberg. S&P up 51 again, up by 0.9%. The Dow up 473, up 1.1%. The Nasdaq up 143, up by 0.7%. The Russell 2000 index of small cap shares, the outperformer, advancing now by almost 1.8%. 10-year 4.57%, the 2-year 4.28%. Spot gold up $36 the ounce, up 1.3%. West Texas Intermediate crude just above $76 a barrel, down 2.3%. And Bitcoin up 3.8%, 106,360 now on Bitcoin. Again, recapping, S&P up 51, a gain of 0.9%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. I'm Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew here in Washington, where, of course, it's the first full day of the second Trump administration. The president began his day today with, as is tradition, prayer service at the National Cathedral. He's now back at the White House, where just about 30 minutes from now, he's scheduled to meet with Republican congressional leadership. Both the House Speaker, Mike Johnson, and Senate Majority Leader John Thune will be arriving to discuss the legislative, March 14th, the debt ceiling that is going to need to be raised at some point, and a very tight majority in the House you're working with to get it all done.
That's true. With a live view of the West Wing, the entrance that will at some point carry the congressional leadership toward the Oval Office. They'll likely emerge. Microphones and cameras are set up in the driveway to maybe get a sense of what it was like in the room, because you're right. Kaylee, we don't have a way forward on any of these items, despite the fact they've been talking about it for weeks. Still don't know if it's one big beautiful bill. Go back to the Army-Navy game. It was supposed to be hashed out weeks and weeks ago, and we're still not there yet.
And I'm just going to add something else to this list. You still have to get the rest of Trump's cabinet confirmed at some point, too, in a Senate that sometimes can be arduous in its processes to get everything done. Marco Rubio, the first to be sworn in today.
Yeah, that's right. Scott Bassett, by the way, cleared committee. We should let our audience know the likely incoming Treasury Secretary now goes to the floor, where he also is expected to be confirmed. But yes, Marco Rubio becomes the first. We'll have a lot more coming up with our signature panel here. Want to bring in Rick and Jeannie?
Sure.
Bloomberg Politics contributors. Of course, they were with us on Inauguration Day. Democratic analyst Jeannie Shanzano, of course, and Republican strategist Rick Davis, partner at Stone Court Capital. A lot more to talk about here as we get ready for this meeting.
I mean,
Jeannie,
both of those political analysts that they keep on bringing on Bloomberg are a bunch of clowns. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nano silver toothpaste that I have. This is a very high quality toothpaste, has no fluoride in it. It freshens your breath, whitens your teeth, maintains and helps your gum line, reduces the inflammation of your gum line, and by neutralizing pathogens and improving your oral hygiene, what's going to happen is that you're going to reduce the chances of cardiovascular disease and valvular disease. All right? This toothpaste is the best toothpaste that you can buy. You can't go anywhere else and get a better toothpaste. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get this structural nano silver toothpaste. Get a few tubes of this for your household and get healthy and have a better oral hygiene. A supplement that you can stack with the Boomer Boost and the Gladiator Barley is Myotrol. Myotrol is a supplement that will help you build muscle. Now, when you get older, about 40 plus, you start to atrophy your muscles. That's why it's important to do resistance training on a regular basis to be able to maintain and build muscle, but also to help with your bone structure. Myotrol is going to help you build that muscle and maintain that muscle. If you're an athlete, you should be taking Myotrol to help you get the strength gains that you're looking for your sport. Now, this has flavonoids, polyphenols, and lignans to help you build the muscle. But like I said, if you mix the Myotrol with the Gladiator Barley and the Boomer Boost, you're going to get even more benefit in building the muscle. So go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Myotrol. But it's important that you do some resistance training on a regular basis. Now, I've been saying that if you stack the way I tell you, you're gonna get, multiple benefits. And a great stack is D3 and K2, MK7. It helps with bone structure, and it also helps with your cardiovascular health. D3 allows you to absorb calcium, and it's a gene expression cofactor, and it helps to get cells to go into apoptosis if they're infected. Really important during the cold season. K2 helps with bone and cardiovascular health. Stack them together, dual purpose. Go to my store, get the K2 and the D3. Take them together every day. NAD plus, I added to my stack. Why? To boost up my energy levels, really important. And NAD plus helps to repair DNA damage. When you get older, you have DNA damage in your mitochondria and in the nucleus of your cells. Because you have two types of DNA. You have mitochondrial DNA and you have the cellular DNA. NAD plus will help to repair the DNA damage. In addition, NAD plus helps to protect your neurons. This stacks really well with ubiquinol and C60, so please go to my store, get the NAD plus, and stack it. And lastly, I've also added NAC to my protocol. NAC boosts up glutathione levels, soaks up free radicals from a different pathway. Really important. By being able to bring down the free radicals, you're going to be able to improve the health of your tissues. And when you're improving the health of your tissues, that means your glands work better, your endocrine system works better, your organs work better, your immune system works better. So take NAC, boost up the glutathione pathway, soak up those free radicals. NAC helps to detoxify your liver and your kidney, and NAC helps to reduce anxiety. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get NAC. All right, let's see what Mr. Al Jazeera has to say. Well, no, I guess he left. Never mind. All right, let's go back to Bloomberg.
Of pardoning these folks. But he did this on the heels of an inauguration where he promised to restore law and order. And what did he do hours later after being, kept safe all day and for the campaign trail by security? He went in and pardoned people who are convicted of the most violent crimes against police officers in our country. And I don't know how you swear that. It's an attempt to whitewash history, and what it has left in people's minds, and your point about the hostages is absolutely important. It has left the idea that he's wanting to support police officers and ensure that anybody who commits violence against them is held responsible, unless the police officers are doing something that he doesn't like. And that is a problem. So I don't know if there's a good way to do this. And let's not forget that QAnon shaman, who was released as well, or had his sentence back to jail, he went on social media last night and applauded the fact that he's been pardoned and he can go out and buy some guns now. So that's what the president does, which is why there's no right way to do this. And he chose the wrong way in pardoning all of these people in a blanket pardon, regardless of their crimes or their charges.
But Rick, on the other hand, isn't this exactly what he has long said he would do should anyone be surprised by him actually taking this action?
Well, this is actually one where, it's a classic example of almost reversed, right? Where you say, don't listen to what he says, see what he does. And usually what he does is less impactful than what he says. In this case, throughout the campaign, he kept it kind of general as to whether he would pardon the violent offenders. 379 of the 1,500 that he pardoned had attacked police and caused damage to the Capitol. And that wasn't a very politically favorable thing to do, so he kind of left it open. And even his vice president went out as early as just a few weeks ago, did an interview saying, oh, you know, like, no, we wouldn't give those guys a break. Anybody who attacks a cop should serve time. And so it's pretty clear that what his intention was much worse than what he was willing to say. This was one where even members of Congress were caught by surprise, thinking, well, wait a minute, I thought he was saying that he was only going to do the nonviolent misdemeanors and people like that. So I got to tell you, I think this was a inside job. Those folks around Donald Trump, you know, who had relationships with the Proud Boys and the folks who did the organized the attack, obviously weighed in on his interests. And I'm not sure it was even widely vetted within the staff who were in the process of preparing all these documents, because this is one where what he did was different than what he said.
Well, yeah, interesting. The group Protect Democracy put a list together of lawmakers' comments, J.D. Vance as well, to your point, Rick, who said if you committed violence on that day, obviously you should not be pardoned. Senator Katie Britt said, I agree with J.D. Senator Josh Hawley, Republican, of course, I'm against it for people who assaulted cops, threw stuff at cops, broke down doors, broke windows. Jeannie, there's an equivalency thing here going on too. Of course, Joe Biden was roundly criticized, I think by including you as well, for pardoning members of his family on his way out the door yesterday. In our remaining moment, why do you not see those in the same way?
Pardoning members of your family, as you mentioned, I am not a fan of that, nor am I a fan of preemptive pardons, but that is highly different than pardoning people who attacked violently police officers in our nation's capital. And Senator Tom Tillis, a Republican, was right when he said it makes the Capitol less safe, and you can't have it both ways. We all have to condemn violence wherever we find it. Donald Trump is now saying some violence is forgivable and okay when it's in my interest, and other violence I'm not accepting. And that is a problem for all of us, and it should be condemned.
All right, Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis, Bloomberg Politics contributors, our signature political panel. Thank you for joining us. And of course, we're going to have more on pardons still ahead with Kim Whaley. She's professor at the University of Baltimore School of Law and an expert on pardons. That's still ahead here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
So that's the end of the transmission. Thank you for participating. Just a reminder, I have these 4 channels on YouTube. I have Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. Please subscribe to all the channels. I have all these products that I keep on plugging to tell you and how to improve your health. Follow my advice. Do the proper supplementation, the proper sleep, the proper diet, the exercise, training your mind, doing balancing exercises, doing resistance training, doing some cardio, doing some stretching. All these things holistically will improve your health. All right? Now, just a reminder, on X Spaces is set up for people to call in. So if you want to participate with the show, please join the X Spaces, and I'll allow you to have the mic, and you can ask questions or tell me your perspective on what's going on, like what we did earlier today. But please follow along. This is going to be a year that is going to be very impactful. There's going to be a lot of history compressed in this year, in 2025. I think there's going to be 10 years of history compressed in 1 year. And it's just begun. So thank you for participating. Thank you for watching on YouTube and on Rumble. Again, for the ones on YouTube, I also have Rumble feed that shows the telemetry of the market. It's called the dashboard. And you can see both versions, the large screen and the telemetry version of the feeds on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Thank you for participating and have a nice day.